Okay. Can you all hear me all right? Oh dear. That should probably be a little bit better. I was trying to fix some microphone buzzing, but it seems like I can't turn down the microphone buzzing particularly much without turning off my voice as well. Right. Hello, Base. Thank you so much. Hello, Lilin. Hello, Evangeline. Oh, there's so many people. I am so glad. So, Sunless Sea. Again, apologies for the delay. It's somewhat embarrassing. I've had Sunless Sea installed on my computer for years. It's a game that I've never actually uninstalled, despite having not played it in a while, because it's just so foundational. But I forgot that I'm using a different computer for streaming. And because I never uninstalled it on my actual computer, it kind of slipped my mind that I had to install it on the computer I was streaming it with. But here we are. This also means that all of the mods I use for the game are stored on the other computer, so this should be a clean save. Just the game itself. Now, we started up the game last time, but I actually think I'd better start from scratch here. I skipped over some stuff when we went into this game on the birthday stream. But, okay. I need to reset. What exactly is this? Sunless Sea is a game about sailing an eldritch underground ocean. And it's part of the Fallen London universe. Now, Fallen London is a browser game that had, I believe, was originally created by and had quite a bit of writing by one Alexis Kennedy, who is now better known as the creator of the Secret Histories universe, Cultist Simulator, Book of Hours, and the upcoming Traveling at Night. Very normal sailing around very normal England. Yes, exactly. So, there's also another game now set in the same universe called Mask of the Rose, which is a dating sim, I believe. I haven't actually played it yet. Ever since Kennedy split off from Fail Better Games, I've mostly been following Kennedy to the new stuff because it's his writing that I'm really here for. But the setting of Fallen London is quite good. So, let's begin a new game. Leaving your prow light on reduces terror, but makes you more visible to enemies and burns fuel faster. That's good advice. Right. 3 decades ago, in the reign of Victoria, London was stolen by bats. Now it lies a mile below the surface. It was dreadfully inconvenient for everyone, but it opened a vast black ocean to you. Welcome to the Untersee. We can get started right away with a path wreathed in shadows, but we're actually going to choose a past. We are now lodging in a room above the blind helmsman. Can't believe Desmond stole London. Nar! I won't go massively into the lore just yet. This is going to be a bit of a slow drip feed of lore. First off, because I don't want to do a gigantic lore dump at the beginning of everything. And second, because it'll make people want to come back and pay attention for every single stream, because what if they miss something? I'm evil. Anyway. So, we get to actually choose who we are. This does a few things. Um, it gives you bonus stats right away. Your stats are iron, mirrors, veils, pages, and hearts. Iron is damage. Mirrors is finding fiery solutions. It's basically your accuracy. Veils is your speed and stealth. Pages is basically... it's your knowledge score, and it makes you level up faster, so it's very important. And hearts is... morale, I think. There's a lot of things that are... it can also be your constitution in some ways. It's a little bit weird. It's one of the few that doesn't really have a direct impact on gameplay a lot of the time, but we're also going to have direct skill checks for a lot of these. I will be quite quiet because I don't know things. Hearts is the aspect of the heart from Secret Histories. that's a fair concept. If I had to match them to Secret Histories, I would say iron is edge. Mirrors is probably closest to moth? Or, no, lantern. It would be lantern. Yeah, lantern. It's veils that would probably be closest to... no, that's not moth either. What the heck would veils even be? Possibly moon. And pages... pages is a weird one because there's no such thing as a knowledge skill in Secret Histories. Everything is knowledge. Everything is esoteric knowledge. But yeah. So I'm actually going to let chat decide this one because I can actually roll with any character. On my previous several years ago, around 2020, I did a stream of Sunless Sea, and I went with a street urchin character. So I've done that one before, but I can take any character. So what sounds good to people? We have: your urchin gang cast you out when you grew too tall. You took to sea rather than graduate to larger crimes. That last big score was enough to buy a ship. And this gives you a starting bonus to veils. A poet! Educated and articulate, you seek sensation at sea. How lucky you had a legacy to spend. Your long-vanished father had a rich patron, it seems. And that gives you pages. Veteran of the campaign of 68. You fought in the invasion of hell. London's armies lost. You survived. Your loot and your pension have bought you a command. That gives you iron. An ordained priest. You fell from grace. There is nothing left ashore for you. An anonymous benefactor has found this way out for you. Perhaps at Z you can overcome your appetites. And that gives you a bonus to hearts. And finally, a natural philosopher. Your peculiar theories on time, blood, and starlight brought you down to the Neath, the cavern where London lies, and now they take you out to sea. So hell exists, did I hear that right? Yeah, it's just to the west. It's just kind of there. We'll definitely be meeting some devils as we go along here. They're cosmopolitan, don't you know? Wear nice fancy suits and everything now. We have a vote for poet. They did not give me a straw with my smoothie. All right, it sounds like by pretty overwhelming majority right now, Poet is the pick. Experience, you have intuition. And your friend, the sly navigator, he's a little vague, but he probably knows what he's doing. Perhaps you can find someone better eventually. You were a struggling poet, now you're a Z-captain. Your a stranger quality has gone. Welcome to the world. You've gained 20 echoes and 25 pages. You now have a sly navigator, and someone is looking for passage. So, one thing in this game is that all of the flags and qualities that would normally be in the background are just out in the open. This game is honestly very straightforward about what it's doing. It's easy to tell, like, what kind of checks everything's working off of. It's about as close as I think a retail game can get to just having the game's program-based guts spilling out into the gameplay experience. It's kind of awesome. Echoes are currency. Why are they called echoes? Long story, but basically, you know the concept of, like, value of currency? That currency has a theoretical universal value, and differences between currency is measured in that value, and that's how you can do stuff like currency exchange. So echoes are just pure value. They are the literal echoes of other currencies. Commerce is an interesting topic. As it says, echoes are the currency of the bazaar, and thus the currency of London. We'll talk about the bazaar later. Of note, our sly navigator gives us +1 mirrors. That's not particularly great for an officer, but it works. Each of the different possible backgrounds gives us a different starting officer. So, for the urchin, for example, you get the Longshanks Gunner. Right, here's the most important screen. What does winning mean to you? This is the goal that we're going for. There are 5 goals listed here, and there are actually 6 in the game. But there are only 4 that you can pick at the beginning. They are your father's bones, immortality, fulfillment, wealth, and the currently locked private kingdom. And the 6th choice, let's just call it apotheosis for now. So, I'm actually not going to be letting chat pick the win condition, and here's why. Of the 4 starting conditions, 2 of them are no-goes right from the start. Wealth is boring. Wealth is literally just get a lot of money. That's something that we'll be doing no matter what. It would basically be ending our game early for no reason. Oh. Karma Chimera. Thank you for being here. I do apologize for the ads. How is the weather underground? The weather is lovely today. There are some bats flying around right there. They're a bit hard to see from this angle, but look, you can see it right here. There's a bat, and there's a bat. Obviously the smog off of Wolfstack Docks is as thick as ever, but, you know, there's bits and pieces where you can see. It is a lovely day for sailing. came in and immediately got an ad break. It's annoying when you're actually interested in what the streamer is saying. Have you played this before? I have played this a ridiculous amount. I have, let me check, 473.6 hours on this game. It is one of my favorite games of all time. I am mostly here to introduce this game to people who have never seen it before, but I'm certain that people who do know the game will also have some fun watching me make my decisions. I just don't particularly like it. It's good for, if you want to get through the game, and, like, I like getting rich in this game, but I don't like using it as a goal. I much prefer the story-based goals. I'm a story person. So, fulfillment. Fulfillment is kind of the inverse of the wealth one, because it's not nearly as fast as wealth, but it's equally a grind. Yeah, no, like, wealth and fulfillment, I should really be a bit more charitable. Fulfillment was my first goal ever. They're really good for new players when you don't know what you're doing. However, the other two goals are where the real story of this game is. When I previously streamed this, 5 years ago, I went for Father's Bones. So to explain exactly what fulfillment is, as it says, gather 100 tales, learn all you can of the Z, write a masterpiece, retire. It is an absolutely ridiculous grind for a bunch of, like, effectively all these little... I don't want to call them items because they're non-physical, but there are items in the game that correspond to stories that you've gathered, and you need like 77 of each for fulfillment, among other things. You have to have completed like minimum 7 different island storylines to get enough searing enigmas to make a dread surmise. That's the 100% completionist goal. It's not even structured. It's just do all the things. Yeah, exactly. It's great in its own way, but I don't think it's going to be amazing for a stream. So, because I did Father's Bones last time, Father's Bones, like you said, Karma, it's a wild goose chase. It's a fun wild goose chase, don't get me wrong. I should clarify, I'm also a little bit biased by the fact that I'm the kind of person who enjoys getting inconvenienced in video games. Like, I like it when the game puts up walls and I have to figure out a way around them. So my perspective is colored by that. Which is why I don't really like wealth, because it's too easy. Father's Bones is really interesting because it's slightly different depending on the background you picked. So there's a different variant of Father's Bones for every single character. So like Urchin Father's Bones, which is what I did last time. If you're an experienced player, it's fine. It's just a challenge. Game is so hard for people who don't have prior genre experience, and this is a damn obscure genre. That is fair. That is a very fair point. But yeah. So last time when we did Urchin Father's Bones, it would have been a completely different experience to doing Priest Father's Bones. because your father is a different kind of person. However, that's only for the beginning and end of the storyline. The middle of Father's Bones is always the same. At some point, you're going to go to the Fathom King's Hold, and you're going to get the tasks. And the tasks are... They're always the same tasks, although you can complete them in different ways. It's a neat concept, but I'm in the mood for something a little different. What we're going to be picking is immortality. Eternal life sounds like something you'd enjoy, and it's said that the presbyter, the ruler of the Elder Continent, has lived forever. This genre is also an allergen for streamers who are afraid to let their streams be boring. No one wants to sit in port and plan a voyage. Let me tell you something about me, Karma. I stream board games. Up till recently, the main non-board game thing I've been streaming on this channel is the game Book of Hours. Ironically also written by Alexis Kennedy. That is a lot of sitting around reading books. This is exactly my kind of stream. Do I stream any other ship commanding games? Nope, this is the only one. I am admittedly a fairly new streamer. But I've been playing this game since long before I was streaming it. The presbyterate guards its secrets fiercely, but amidst the clamor and beer stains of the blind helmsman, a salt-scarred navigator is telling tales of the continent's deepest interior, of a city called Nida, and the origin of the presbyter's long life. Where is he getting his information? Bring wine. He is susceptible to wine. A last scrap of paperwork. Captain, an irregularity with the Harbor Master's office. They wish to know, what term of address do you prefer ashore? This will determine what people call your captain, but your captain's gender is up to you. So, we have Madam, Sir, Citizen, My Lord, My Lady, and Captain. I'm gonna go with Madam. A last piece of advice. Explore, take chances. This captain will probably die. The Z is hungry, but each captain passes on lessons to the next. Righto. Yeah, the base is right. The roleplay is exactly in the transit between locations. Okay. I particularly like this portrait. And our name will be... Let's put a dash in there, because that feels a bit more London-y. First time I played this, I enjoyed the ambiguous gender options so much until the air storyline collapsed the superposition into a singularity. Yeah. Oh, shoot. There was a bit of a loading thing there. So, most of the game is basically right here. A lot of the stuff we do is going to be text-based and in these little windows. The UI is very dated. You can kind of tell that this came from a browser game. But there's all sorts of stuff that you can do here. Okay. First off, advice for captains. This is a big old tutorial info dump that I don't need. So I'm going to sell it for 50 echoes. It was like getting the birds and the bees from a chthonic entity. Perhaps you've been secretly pregnant at sea all this time and have decided to surrender your spawn. Perhaps your lover has stolen a child and now demands you pay for its upkeep. Decide now. Right. A couple of little admin things before we officially get started. First off, as much as I like the concept of the Invictus token, to explain what this is, if you're in Unforgiving mode, which is the mode where you only have your autosave and cannot manually save, you get this Invictus token, which has the quote, "I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul." Now that is, okay, who was that one? That would be William Ernest Henley, the 1888 poem Invictus. Basically, this is the marker that you're still in Iron Man mode. I would love to do this run in official Iron Man mode, but it's really, really risky. Because I'm streaming this, and I would only have the autosave, if anything ever happened to cause a save to be overwritten, you know, stuff like Steam Cloud fucking up or something like that, which has been known to happen, I would lose the save. This has happened to me before, and while I have beaten the game before in full-on Unforgiving mode, I won't be risking it for the stream. So we are, in fact, going to lose that token by making a manual save. Right now. We're going to lose the token? Hello? It's right there. Ah, there it goes. However, don't get me wrong. I'll still be doing this on Iron Man rules. If I die, and we start over. And there will be no save scumming. Second, Karma may have noticed this from being familiar. The downside to save scum is you can end up cheating yourself out of the legacy mechanics and you have to live with all your mistakes. I've had that problem with both this game and Cultist Simulator. I was so meticulous I just never died, and the mistakes piled up, and that made the game much harder until I burned out, and it wasn't until I watched others streaming the game that I was like, wait, you get cool stuff if you die? Yeah, since we're doing this on a new save, we will actually have an interesting problem until we die the first time, if we do die the first time. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure we're going to. I did this in Unforgiving mode, or not like, the same kind of, we have a save, but it is still totally Iron Man mode, in the previous stream, and that was a Father's Bones run where I never upgraded my ship from the starting one. And I still did that without dying. It has been quite some time since I played this last, but I'm pretty sure I'll still be able to go. So, there's a couple other things that start in our inventory. We start with 10 fuel and 5 supplies, as well as a Sooth and Cooper long box. Now, if you were to start up this game right now, you would probably not have the Sooth and Cooper long box. Of course, referring to people who don't regularly play this. That's because, the reason I have this is because I imported it from my Fallen London character. Because that's a thing you can do. You can link Sunless Sea with your Fallen London account, and there's a couple of actions you can take in Fallen London that give you benefits in Sunless Sea. Only in one direction, though, sadly, but it's still really, really cool. Basically, I found this long box in Fallen London, and one of the options that you get with it is to send it off to a Z captain of your acquaintance. So that's me. I sent it to myself, and now I have it. Same deal with the whisper-locked puzzle box. Speak the right phrase, and the tumblers will align and unlock it. But what is the right phrase? The alarming scholar may have some ideas. Another one of those is the navigator's boon here. You fall into conversation with another Z captain, one with at least one voyage to their credit. They've paid dearly to learn these lessons. You'll gain from their scars. Stamford's Expanse, and the Reef. Your helmsman's hand shaking, turn back before the dreams begin. The flukes are old as the powers of the Z go, but they're not the very oldest. The Bazaar, too, is a power of the Z. We now have 3 secrets. Effectively, secrets are levels. We get 3 free level ups right at the beginning of the game. Alright, next up, a passenger. Someone in the docks wants to board your ship. Agree to carry the Gnomic Gallivant to the Cumaean Canal or the Iron and Misery Funging Station, or both. History is a horse. Who will prick it with their spurs? He cries to no one in particular. A drop of blood may be as precious as a ruby. He puffs out his chest. Ruby studs gleam in the lamplight. I knew London had enterprising souls still left in it. I am seeking truths, madam, which I am told I might find in the Iron and Misery Funging Station and the Cumaean Canal. Ideally, I'd learn both, but I could settle for one. For at Port Cecil there will be a contest, and we will change the world with a game of chess. A king will fall! Interesting. A Submariner tutorial. So, we don't actually have a submarine yet. This was the DLC for the game, Submariner. And it's gonna be, interesting when we get to it, but we have to actually earn it first. Her Majesty's Admiralty has sworn off submarine exploration. However, you've heard tales of unofficial research into submarine travel being conducted in her distant colony. Travel to the southern coast and follow it east to find Port Carnelian. There you will learn how to convert your ship into a submarine. Be sure you've prepared for the journey. One thing to do at our lodgings that you should always, always, always do is read the morning papers. The Unexpurgated Gazette, the magazine formerly known as the London Magazine, the Spiteful Trumpeter, news. You can only do this if you have no recent news. And this gives you one recent news. The Echo Bazaar, that enigmatic marketplace, has increased its tax on love stories. The traitor Empress has forbidden singing in the street outside her palace. The anarchists of the Calendar Council have inexplicably dynamited a drinking fountain. The Ministry of Public Decency has located and destroyed a nest of gallbladder wasps. The Ligeia class isn't actually that bad, though. Depending on the version of the game, it has the best hold space to hull weight ratio in the game. It's really as good as a courier. Or really good as a courier. Yeah, no, it's very solid. I usually do get another ship, but that's mainly because I end up running into space concerns for stuff I'm trying to do. Usually by the later portions of the game, I think I tend to be running the merchant frigate. Let's actually take a quick look at our ships. So, we start off with the starting ship, the Ligeia class steamer. And our stats here are it has a hull, that's ship health up here, of 75. Hold capacity of 40, that means we have 40 spaces worth of cargo hold, of which 16 are currently taken up. Its weight is 1,000. Weight is something that is calculated in terms of the ship's speed and fuel consumption. Fragile as hell, though. Well, no, not hell. Hell is quite resilient. Fragile as heaven. Yeah. And its quarters are 10, which is its maximum crew capacity. Crew is a sort of secondary health bar. And yes, I'm aware of how bad that sounds. There is a ship that is less good than the starting ship. The steam launch. Possibly there's a reason you might want to set to Z in a boat the size of a dining room table. Possibly. Crew is also a secondary food supply. Well, that's impolite to talk about, you know. I've never liked the Lamped class cutter. It's got less hull, less hold capacity than the steamer. It's much faster. Very good weight. It only has half the crew quarters. It nerfs all your weapons, but it gives you better stealth and combat firing speed. It also actually has a forward ship slot, which is interesting, but broadly speaking, the thing is, it's 2,000 echoes to upgrade to... It's basically 2,000 echoes for a side grade. The Forced class corvette is only 1,000 echoes more than the cutter, but goes from 75 hull to 200, keeps the same hold capacity, doubles the weight, which is unfortunate. Crew quarters goes up to 15, and you actually start getting a weapons bonus, as well as getting a forward ship slot. Now, this is an actual upgrade, but it's usually not something I get unless I'm planning on doing a decent amount of monster hunting. Like I said, my preferred ship is the merchant cruiser. It has a lot of weight. It's got 300 hull, so pretty decent health. It's very difficult to hide, but you get a hearts bonus. Crew quarters are good. Its hold capacity is 120. It is truly ridiculous. This is what I use for late game stuff. As for the weight, it's not a problem if you mount a rocket engine on your ship. The Maenad class frigate is also pretty darn good. 450 hull, 70 hold capacity, 3,000 weight, so better than the cruiser. 25 quarters, iron bonus of 5, mirrors bonus of 5, veils bonus of -5, and it's got full slots. And then there's the Eshtalog class dreadnought, which this is a meme. This is a huge meme. I have had a dreadnought with the rocket engine. It's fun. This thing costs 29,000 echoes. But yeah. There's a number of things we can do in our room as well, but right now, we just have a small apartment above the blind helmsman, so a lot of these aren't good. One of our first major things that we're going to want to do is to buy an elegant townhouse. This is a really important investment. So, let's go to London and see what we can do. First off, to celebrate the release of Sunless Skies, back when that happened, we have a Blemmigan Gallivanter. A Blemmigan sits atop a splintered crate, clicking and whistling at captains as they come near. You extend your hand, and the Blemigan leaps on. Its tendrils entwine with your fingers, and it chitters quietly. It meets your gaze and bobs its dome in greeting. It's very small. Is it old enough for naval service? You're pretty sure its mustache has been drawn on in pen, in an attempt to look older. As you approach your ship's gangplank, the creature flutes and vibrates with apparent happiness. The bosun winces as you bring it aboard. The cutter is an upgrade if your goal is to speedrun a bunch of story bullshit or grind port reports. It's one of those rewards skill upgrades. You have less margin for error, but you're so agile and have room for a forward weapon, so you can bounce all over the Z, and outdance most of the Z beasts, and easily outrun anything else. That is fair. I've never liked it, but that's mainly because I kind of have the start of this game down to a science, and I usually get... I can handle going with the starting ship for long enough to get something that's a little bit more attuned to my needs. Anyway, we have a Blemigan. Here's our officer's screen. This is where we can drag people around to different parts on board our ship. There's First Officer, Cook, Chief Engineer, Gunnery Officer, Surgeon, and Mascot. Right now, we have our mascot as the comatose ferret. Mostly, it's immobile. Occasionally, it's feral. Blemigan Gallivanter. What a keen little mushroom. Yeah, we're definitely switching that out. Ah! Patch! Hello! If you didn't have to sell your current ship to buy a new one, the cutter would be much more attractive as an option. It's just frustrating to have to commit to it. I have seen that there are mods that allow you to put ships in storage, so that might be something to consider for the future. Anyway, if you're wondering what a Blemigan is, it's an ambulatory mushroom creature. We love them. From this screen, you can actually speak to your officers. I love Blemigan. Yeah. The Z, Captain. Look at it out there. It's not our friend. Don't forget that. So. What officers can do, aside from providing bonuses, when you speak to them, you can use them to increase your stats. Each of them has a limit to how much they can increase your stats, but this is primarily how you get stat upgrades. Those secrets that we got, this is where we can spend them. I'm not going to get any mirrors right now, but this is how you would do it. We could proposition the Sly Navigator. I do talk nonsense about the Z, I know, but I like it, and I like you. The Navigator values sincerity. Ensure your hearts is at least 20 points higher than your mirrors. This is a concept that I really kind of like. If you want to have a romantic relationship with one of your officers, you don't just need a specific stat, you need your stats to be in a particular arrangement. So in this case, hearts being higher than mirrors means that you are sincere. Notably, oftentimes, officers will will basically dislike the trait that they themselves give you, which is real interesting. So, what do you want at Z, Mr. Sly Navigator? The Z is enough. But now you mention it, I've always had a desire to see Frostfound, the place where the Z rises to become a castle. The place where questions and riddles do battle for truth. He sighs dreamily, but he is watching you carefully. Yes, Frostfound. Frostfound can be found at the very north of the Z. I'm going to spend one of our secrets right away to unlock the university, because that's going to pay us dividends in the long run. The university has an inexhaustible appetite for secrets, Z specimens, and other tidbits of esoteric lore. Provide a secret to prove yourself worthy of entry. Oh, yes, the university's maritime liaison whispers breathily. Oh, yes, this is quite a tasty one. Let me explain it to you. He? Explains, teeth glinting. We also get a free pages out of this, so you basically just got a free level up. This is the Alarming Scholar. We're not entirely sure what gender they are. The Alarming Scholar is mercurial, to say the least, a creature of sudden moods and provoking teeth. Possibly her... is it her? Appointment at the University Maritime Liaison was precautionary, to keep his... is it his? Razor-sharp enthusiasm from causing too many injuries in the faculty. Ah, yes, the scholar whispers breathily. I have a budget for acquisitions. What have you brought me? Let's ask about this box. I have an idea where it's from, but it's a long way there, and I may be wrong. So perhaps I rather like the box. Perhaps you should simply sell it to me? No, thank you. Irem, I'd say. The Iremi like locks. They like puzzles. They can make things that are honestly implausible. Their city is perched on Parabola's rim like a hummingbird on the finger of a god. Go to Irem. Perhaps they can open it for you. Perhaps they can tell you how. Alright. Let me real quick just give you an idea of what the Alarming Scholar means by... good luck ever romancing the Longshanks Gunner. She's such a best girl too, it hurts. I've done it before, and I agree. She's so good. But it's so weird that your canonical childhood friend is the hardest romance option. Alright. So this is the map. Currently we have Fog of War, right? So let me give you an idea. We are right here. Irem is over here. Top right corner. It's a ways away. Right. Offer passage to a tomb colonist. An emigrant will pay to be taken north to Venderbite. It's oddly difficult to die in Fallen London, but when a Londoner is too tatty and wretched to live, they wrap themselves in bandages and take ship for the tomb colonies. Your crew cart these ones aboard in padded coffins. They'll sleep there until the journey is done. And finally, let's get a commission from the Admiralty's Survey Office. The Admiralty's picket fleets and intelligence networks are long gone. The Survey Office pays Z captains a small sum for recent information. They want us to go to the Iron and Misery Company funging station. Wonderful. Alright, I think that that's just about everything we can do in London at the beginning of the game. I love Alarming Scholar. Can you romance Alarming Scholar? Yes and no. No in the more direct way. Yes in that I'm pretty sure they get off on being told evil secrets. Mushroom Folk. I love those guys. I've already adopted one under our D&D campaign. Yeah, I love Blemigans. Blemigans are so good. Oh, that reminds me, actually. I don't know exactly when it's coming out. I'd have to check, but I did back the Kickstarter, so I should have access to it. There is a Fallen London role-playing game that is coming out. And there's going to be... that means there's effectively going to be a setting book, which is something that the Fallen London universe has not had yet. So you can't romance them, but you can become their dark secrets friend with benefits? Yes. Alrighty. So, now we actually have some stuff to do. First off, we can... If we head south, we'll hit up the Cumean Canal. And doing that will allow us to bleh. Doing that will allow us to give that gnomic Gallivant guy one of the things that he wanted. Second, we have tomb colonists to bring to Venderbite. That's just up to the north. I already wanted to go north, so Venderbite is a good stop along the way. I think I'm starting to put together a route. I'm going to buy a little bit of fuel while we're here. And 1 crate of supplies. In addition, two casks of mushroom wine. One of them is for here. The Blind Helmsman is a Wolfstack institution, a centuries-old pub held together by a crust of fry smoke and the nautical mementos nailed to the walls. Mushroom wine? Don't you get that from your pet? Oh, no. Oh, I see. I didn't notice the wine. Yeah, mushroom wine. But yeah, no, this is, it's probably a Greyfields. We haven't had access to grapes for a while, so we make wine out of mushrooms here. When you... Oh. Whoa, it's Ms. Streamer. Hi, Lippy. Ah, I'm being watered. I will actually take a sip of this, this lovely smoothie. And I am being stretched out. Ah, long snake. When you enter, the salt-scarred navigator is already in full flow. A city deep in the interior. Naida, it's called. There they decide the span of every life. Coax tales of immortality from him. Naida's walls are basalt, but within them is as close to paradise as man can make. 1,000 fountains, the streets paved with gem slabs, and the air sweet with honeysuckle and orange groves. How does he know? Has he been there? So we gotta get him a cask of wine. 1 bottle and he loosens his waistcoat. A second and he loosens his tongue. No, I never been to Naida. Not in the flesh, at least. He leans close. But I once tasted red honey, and the memories of a man who had. I only saw fragments, an army at the walls, a breach, a rallying cry. Liberty, equality, eternity. A 3rd bottle. Where could you taste these memories for yourself? Go to the Isle of Cats. Talk to the cat's chiefest claw. Ask about the far-traveled notary. But if you're wise, you'll do like me. Use what you learned to get free drinks. Immortality's for gods and monsters. Pursue your ambition on the Isle of Cats. Right. So, without any further ado, let's cast off. So, let's talk a little bit about the controls here. I'm using the WASD keys. Unity, Liberty, Destiny. Wait, no. Ah ha ha ha! Fellow Bionicle fan? So, I use the WASD keys, but in a bit of an interesting way. A and D turn the ship left and right. But W and S don't directly move back and forward. Instead, you'll notice up here, there's one of those ship speed things. So we have full reverse, half reverse, neutral, forward, and full speed ahead. if the ship's pointed in a direction and I've got the speed going, I'll just move on my own automatically. May Mata Nui guide you. So we're going to start by going south, even though north is the way we ultimately want to go. This is mainly because I'm stopping off at the Cumaean Canal and one other place. God. It's here that the aesthetic of the game really asserts itself. It's incredible. You've got this top-down perspective of all of these strange landscapes. You can see mushrooms along the edge of the coastline, and a little shack out there. And you can listen to this music. The music in Sunless Sea is perfect. It is one of the best video game soundtracks I have ever heard. And here we have Mutton Island. Of note, by the way, they explained this a minute ago, but something awaits you in port. Something awaits you is one of the single most important mechanics to understand in Sunless Sea. Basically, it's very gothic Lovecraftian, minus the blatant racism, of course. Basically, when you're at sea for a little while, you'll eventually get a charge of something awaits you. This basically means that stuff can actually happen the next time you make port. It's effectively a random event modifier, but it can also be used in certain ports to do things that they don't want you just repeating over and over. So, anytime you see this little lantern show up, it means that we can do something the next time we make port. Notably, the something awaits you value actually has a value to it. I believe it's between 0 and 200. And that determines, among other things, what random events you get. So here's Mutton Island. It's always just a little bit to the south of London. Once, this simple fishing village was part of the London suburbs, before London fell and the waters rushed in. Smoke spirals from cottage chimneys. A lonely hill rises behind town. We could get a wandering parson. We don't have enough terror to have drinks at the Cock and Magpie. We could explore the shore. This would use our something awaits you value. There's also this time is passing on Mutton Island. Don't worry about that for now. We could pick up a new mascot, but that would cost us 3 supplies. It's not worth it right now. One thing to understand, or to do... Oh, hold on. There we go. And banned. Mods, put that guy in the Mutton Island well. We can chat to the fisherman to get a port report. You generally want to do this at every place you visit. Get a port report through any means necessary. Though Mutton Island isn't great for making money. I'm already in the bot's walls. It's already over. Chat to the fisherman. They sail the Z around the island. They mend their nets by the harbor. They see all that happens here, but you'll need coin to open their mouths. Pirates plying the waves, smugglers at their work, connet ships putting in to resupply. Nothing dramatic, but enough to interest the Admiralty. We can buy fuel here for much too expensive a price. We can get it in London for 10 echoes, but out here it's 20. There's not much wind on the Untersee, but Mutton Island suffers eerie gusts and buffets from an inexplicably local fragment of weather, and the air on the hilltop sometimes carries interesting scents. You stand on a cliff top, looking out over the little village. Smoke from the chimney of the Cock and Magpie drifts straight upwards. As you watch, the smoke tilts. The sudden wind thins it to a pencil smudge. Then nothing. The wind screams unexpectedly, like a god cut in half. What a noise! It must be the caves around the island channeling the air. At least that's the most comforting explanation. Below you, the locals each take nips from a shared flask and make a toast toward the mainland. The wind is a southerly. Mods put this user in the snake smothering pit. The bad one with actual snakes. Yeah. Also, this game seems very board game-esque. Right down your alley. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not... It's board game-esque in that all the story is written. I'm built like a Minecraft Enderman. I've wormed my hands into their nostrils and eye sockets. I'm typing this... Okay. So that gained us some terror, but also fragments, which are effectively XP. We get fragments whenever we discover new locations, so that was enough to... With the locations that we've discovered, the Murray Straits, Quaker's Haven, Mutton Island, that extra 24 of them was enough to get a secret. Alright. Notably, the L key turns our light on and off. Running lights keeps our, it keeps our terror down, but it also increases fuel consumption. I tend to look around a bit, then flick the lights. Oh ho! Wouldn't be worth getting. But there is something moving. There's something moving in that fog bank. That said, we are at our destination. Here are the Albertine gates. Let me actually disable this tutorial. Gianotti Harbor. And this is the Cumean Canal. Here, the dark waters run down from the surface, from brighter sea. This is the way to the surface. It's a massive bunch of canal locks that bring you back up to, well, to Earth. The canal ascends through locks and gates and shadowed turns to the sunlight of the surface. And we are here to assist the gnomic Gallivant in an enterprise of dubious legality. A riddle. There are 10 individuals in a room, one of whom is an ancient tyrant. How can you distinguish him? Answer. Burglarize a private library for a picture of him beforehand. As dinner bells sound throughout the port, you carry a ladder to one of the long-moored, half-legal ship hostels. You prop the ladder to the porthole of what the Gallivant assures you is the cabin of a French diplomat. He ascends swiftly, leaving you to carry the ladder away. Half an hour later, the Gallivant is back on your deck. He polishes his ruby cuffs. I have seen the face of eternity printed in ink. It was a terrible face. Right. Next up, Iron and Misery Company Funding Station. Well, I gotta head to work. Was nice seeing you, Anna. Have a good one. Have a good one too, Patch. Thank you for dropping by. And we can get a perfunctory port report. Many ships pass this way, but perhaps you'll pick up something they missed. The gates open and shut. The locks remain free from sabotage. If anywhere besides London is safe in all the Untersee, it's here. The surface nations have an interest in keeping the way open. The ships of the surface linger here. This is their lifeline to a warmer place. This would be a prime spot for a pub or wine shop, but the interests of the Echo Bazaar and the laws of London prevent it. They don't like competition. Still, there are temporary half-legal hostelries and long-moored ships. Here you trade stories with suntanned surface sailors, stories of Paris and Batavia, the lost fires and the final isles. And we have a vision of the surface. That'll be good for Venderbite. So, of a note here, this is our journal. We have an accomplishments section, as well as some various things. Here is our ambition, which tells us how far we are along in the main story. Favors, which is basically people we know. Right now it's just the antiquarian. Memoirs, our past, a poet, and quality of lodgings, a room above the blind helmsman. Our objectives, which is the main ambition objective. Our current Admiralty Commission, the Whisper-locked puzzle box, and the goal to take tomb colonists to Venderbite, and a miscellaneous section. We have access to the Submariner DLC. Our terror is at 5. We have that thing that we've been doing with the Gnomic Gallivant. And we've welcomed a passenger aboard. Now in our hold, we have in the Curiosities section, along with our fragments, the secrets, Whisper-locked puzzle box, recent news, our port reports, and now this vision of the surface. This is a type of resource called a story. There's a number of types of these, and we'll be collecting a lot of them before this is over. Of note, I didn't talk about it before, but we have 2 items on our ship. An elderly steeple engine with engine power 800, and a leadbeater and stainrod reconditioned frigate surplus deck gun Mark II, which does 8 base hull damage, 8 base life damage, 1 crew damage, and has a warm-up time of 4 seconds, which is then modified by our stats to have hull damage of 10 to 14, life damage of 10 to 14, crew damage of 1, which is crew lost each hit if opponent is below 50% hull, and a warm-up time of 3.6 seconds because of our mirrors. It also doesn't stagger the opponent. The Wharf effect, but it's being a gifted kid and the opponent is life. Oof. Well. Oh, hello. Boom. As you can see, we're drawing a firing solution here at the bottom of the screen. Come on, come on. Bingo! And that's how combat works. The Gillyfleur. Is it a young jellyfish? A lesser subspecies? Do the dreams of jellyfish become real? In any case, now it's a sad slick of goo dissolving into the sea. Or Z. Scoop it up. Perhaps you can eat it. Better yet, perhaps your sailors can. Or let it disperse. Watch its oil rainbow colors fade. Notably, this one is slightly different if we've surveyed the island of Visage. From above, the Gillyfleur's cap does look a little like a woman's face. She dissolves like smeared paint. You now have one Z story. Anyway, yeah. The, combat works off of all of your weapons being on a little bar, and as long as your enemy are in this arc, the red arc, you'll draw a firing solution on them. Seems like you need to travel to get anything real done in this world. Yep, I mean, this is a game about sailing after all. The firing solution will charge up faster if you have them directly in your light. So that's notable. You might be wondering why I'm still going south. I'm actually going to make one additional stop before we go back north. No snake emotes in Twitch. That is a crime. I really do need to make some emotes. That's something to put on the pile of things I need to do. Sizzling vapors rise from the sea. Time slips sideways. A coil of rope has stung a stoker, and his fellows beat it to death. We are under the hand of the Iron Republic. Pressed H lately. Hello, Demiser of D. You want me to press H, huh? I know exactly what's going to happen. Let's do it. The game never tells you about this, but you have a button that honks the ship's horn. This is the Iron Republic. Oh, shit. Let's hope they don't notice me over there. Hell's client state. Be wary. Their laws are not the laws of man or nature. Right. So we're on the edge of hell right now. Why did I come here? Cheap fuel. Factory engines roar like false lions. Blood thunders in the dock pipes. Crimson lightning skitters across the deck, leaps to the rail, curls there like a cat. The city is reflected in glassy calm harbor water. The citizens there have the heads of dogs and serpents. Hell has brought freedom to the Iron Republic. Freedom from all laws, even those of nature. Going to weird parts of town for good gas. Relatable. We can also pick up another officer here, actually. That might be more worth it. We still actually have a decent amount of fuel. Ah, darn, that one echo. Actually, hold on. Or no. That one echo that we gave the guy on Mutton Island, we could have gotten both things. So, yeah, 8 echoes compared to London's 10. We could get 3 fuel, or we could get the Irrepressible Cannoneer. The Irrepressible Cannoneer will be here the next time we get here. As much as I like them. Compile a port report. It won't be entirely straightforward. The streets won't lie straight, and the ink freezes whenever you look away from the inkwell. Fact and fiction. To record the Republic's events, it's like trying to sing wax or believe water. You do what you can. The third paragraph, Bud's eyes. The data's fundamentally wrong. The full stops bite. You do what you can. Of note, your stats get shuffled around semi-randomly whenever you do this. In my case, I actually got 1 pages, but probably another time I'll lose 1 pages. I now have a tale of terror and a memory of distant shores. These are more memory items. Alright. Now, we're gonna go back up north. Though... here's the thing. If we were to go diagonally, then we could probably figure out a little bit more of the map. So, a little bit about the map. The edges of the map are always the same. Mostly. Okay, the left and bottom edge are always exactly the same with everything in the same order, which is why I knew exactly where the Iron Republic and the Cumaean Canal were. The top and right sides of the map always have the same islands, but they are in a random order, aside from the corners. And the middle of the map, they're divided into regions, which are similarly completely randomized. However, for the most part... oh, right. Going diagonally is good for another reason. I want to go around that ship out there, because we are not ready to fight that. Uh-oh. Oh boy, they've seen us. Oof. Okay, okay. I'm burning our fuel to go faster. The Z here is warm. Oh, it went away. Alright, there's nothing... this particular tile doesn't have anything in it for us. Let's see what's to the north. No landlubber would notice the change, but you feel the air prickle on your skin. Somewhere new. Really? We literally get 2 completely, portless tiles, right next to each other? This is some... I'm gonna be honest, this is some slightly cursed map generation. Alright, let's see what is exactly to the east of London. The Corsair's Forest. This is one extra place to stop by. A pirate hideout on a stalagmite. The Morn is a stalagmite vast as a crag, and its foot has no safe harbors. The Corsair's citadel nestles halfway up. An intricate system of winches takes the strain, and your ship rises slowly from the sea. Her hull creaks in protest. Grizzled sailors groan and cling to the stanchions. Higher, higher. Now the Untersee shimmers like glass below. Children clambering in crevices cheer and wave alarmingly. The winch motor slows, and you hang in a cradle next to a red-bowed pirate cutter. Alrighty. Gathering intelligence is gonna be risky. You always get the port report, but there's a chance that one of our crew gets killed. We're just gonna risk it. You and one of your more villainous-looking sailors join a dice game. Villainous-looking, but you know for a fact that she tithes to charity and has a delightful singing voice. The topic turns promisingly to pillage and ambush, but your sailor is a little too forward with her questions. There is a scuffle and a stabbing. You escape. She does not. Oof. We can overhear rumors of a pirate poet. Landlubbers fear pirates. Pirates fear the poet. Some say she's a clayman who freed herself with the power of verse. Possible. Others insist she's the personal muse of the king with the 100 hearts. Unlikely. One claims she sails on a living ship made of the still screaming skulls of her victims. More sober voices mutter that no, it's just an Alcaeus-class vessel. Whatever the truths, few have fought her and survived to tell the tale. Only the bravest of captains risk the lonely parts of the sea where her flag is said to fly. Let's go ahead and explore. There's a surprising quantity of actual landscape on the Morn. It's vertical, admittedly, but once you find the beast paths and urchin roads, you can traverse it as you would a rocky moor, with an additional throatful of lurching terror. An intriguing smell. Who'll try? Who'll buy? A street vendor turns skewers on a grill. The mixed scents are nothing like anything sold in London. We have the grilled troglodyte prawns, huge and pale, and their eyes stare bleakly into yours, but they smell fresh. The shredded jellyfish, it's not to everyone's tastes. Something mysterious. What exactly is Tyrant's Treat? The vendor is vague. It looks something like a charred stick dripping with bluish fluid. I bet you anything that's Tyrant Moth. And, do you have anything more robust? The vendor winks and produces a usefully anonymous skewer of meat. We only get this if we have unaccountably peckish. You know, just so hungry for that absolute reddest of meat. You know, long pork, so to speak. Anyway, let's have the grilled troglodyte prawns. Tangy and toothsome. Walk on, chewing cheerfully. We lose some hunger, gain a fragment, and lose 2 terror. Excellent. Well, actually, I wonder. I bet you that we can actually just go straight on to Venderbite. Venderbite should be right around here. Oh, hold on, there's something. Ah, Hunter's Keep, of course. Oh, wait, hold on. We are actually running low on supplies. A quiet isle, a grand old house. A hump of dark rock swathed in mist, like 100 other Untersee islands. But here's a grand house, windows aglow. Lawns, impossibly green and lush in the false starlight, raked gravel paths. You stand on the dock as the sea nudges the ship's sides. An unexpectedly warm breeze carries the farthest trace of lavender. Reconnoiter the island, plunging cliffs, soft green lawns, a well tucked away in a fold of the grounds. Anything else? Ships rarely come here, nothing changes, even the weather. The house is the heart of the isle, the house and the sisters. But the Admiralty may be happy to know that nothing's changed, at least. Let's take a moment to check out the house before we actually introduce ourselves. 75% chance of success is pretty good. Oh, never mind. We failed. Oh well. You peer through a half-open French window into a grand parlor. Grand in size, if a little reduced in style by dust and neglect. A dark-haired, pale-skinned young woman bends earnestly over a piano keyboard. Another, fair-haired but unmistakably her sister, sprawls on the sofa with a book. A third sits by the fireplace, staring sorrowfully into the embers. A log pops, and the woman by the fire gives a violent start. You cannot restrain a start of your own, and her eyes meet yours through the glass. She claps her hands to her mouth in shock. There is nothing to do but step apologetically into the room. "A visitor!" The pianist, the youngest, cries. The next youngest chuckles. The eldest, who you frightened, sighs. "Excuse us," she says. "Visitors are rare. You are very welcome. I am Cynthia. The noisy one is Phoebe. The cheerful one is Lucy. You are in good time for lunch. Will you join us?" And we can have lunch with the sisters and choose which one to talk to. Cynthia, Lucy, or Phoebe? Cynthia is the eldest, melancholy, pensive, occasionally dramatic. Lucy, the middle sister, is sunny, restless, prone to giggles. Phoebe is soft-voiced, watchful, unpredictable. We're actually going to be able to speak to two of them out of the three. Any interest from the chat on which two to speak with? They all sound lovely. In that case, let's go with Cynthia and Lucy. Phoebe's the quiet one, so maybe she just kind of, doesn't initially warm up to us as much. Cynthia grasps your arm and whispers to you. Her eyes are wide and blue, her hair is wild and tangled. Bats might nest in it. It seems to you that you are sitting on a hillside above a wide blue lake, listening to a story of a murder. An axe, a net, blood on scented water. Another chop? Cynthia asks. You've barely touched your food. Here, I'll have the maid wrap something up for you. You can't be hungry. It's not safe to be hungry. We gain a terror, one tale of terror. We get a free supplies. We lose all of our current hunger. And we now have the attention of Salt, god of the Sea. I'm also going to remove this now. So, normally, based on the something awaits you quality, you can only get one meeting with the sisters, but you can actually trade the recent news that we got. You ask the sulfur-eyed maid to carry a few hints of your news to the sisters. Oddly enough, she comes back with a message that their headaches are cured and you're invited to lunch. Yeah, sulfur-eyed maid, notably. That maid is a devil. Or something similar to it. A daft tale. Lucy leans over and whispers to you confidentially. A complex story about a butler, a pig, and an inheritance. You don't follow all the details of the plot, but somehow the pig ends up in an attic and the butler in a vicar's bed. Candles flicker, dishes enter and leave, and the wind butts gently at the window panes. By the time the plum pudding arrives, you're as cheerful as you've been in months. That loses us 10 terror and gets us a supplies, as well as Stone's attention. Alright, that's all we can do here. As you can see, Hunter's Keep is honestly extremely useful. You get a lot of extra supplies if you have recent news. Plus, I mean, it just kind of acts as a supply use in and of itself by reducing your hunger. Right, we are back home in London. Right, okay. Let's visit the Admiralty first and foremost, and give them all the information that we got. Guider's Mourn. You have something to tell us about the pirate fleets of the forest. So, this is very important. We get favors from the Admiralty every time we turn in port reports for the first time. And also, turning in port reports will get us echoes and often fuel. So this is actually a total... Well, we got 30 echoes for Guider's Mourn. It's actually a total value of 40 echoes because we got fuel at the local price of 10 echoes. I trust the sisters are keeping well. They are citizens of her enduring majesty, notionally. 5 echoes, because that's not nearly as far away. Did you see that post about how the Japanese sentence ending ne functions the exact same as the British sentence ending in it? Yeah, no, that's true. Well, if you've been there, I suppose we may as well hear about it. The fee is nominal, though. 5 echoes. Quaker's Haven. Been trying the original rubbery lumps, have we? 5 echoes into fuel. And the Iron Republic. Oh, excuse me. I need to unlock this, and this, oops, and this. Could you place your report inside? Yes, I imagine someone will read it, eventually. There's always someone. Wait, this is blank. Yes, both sides. No, no, I assure you. No, I know, these things happen in the Republic. Consider this an ex gratia payment to cover your costs. Ah. That Iron Republic port report turns out to have been blank on both sides, no matter how much time we spent writing it. God damn it. Maybe speak to the Admiral. Do you have an appointment? No appointment, but... apparently I'm to show you in anyway. Very well. You're ushered into his office off Mansion's Pyre, a cramped room with a vast desk. He surveys you across the desk. Ah yes, the merchant captain of whom we hear such complicated things. This is another person that will end up having something of a relationship with. He is here to take our intelligence. Basically the spy shit. Alright, we're up to 58 echoes. Back up to 10 fuel. I'll buy 1 additional supplies. And then... Oh, right. There's... Oh! I guess we lost it. There's a whole thing that I saw there where the first time you return to London, someone meets you on the dock, but I was trying to do other stuff first, but I completely forgot that I guess it just gets dropped. I probably wouldn't have wanted to do it anyway, because it kind of locks you into some stuff for a little while. So let's just not worry about it. If we end up dying and having to restart, we'll do it then. Alrighty. Let's read our notebook. Oh! News from abroad. The Khanate is threatening war. They always are. London's colonies on the Carnelian coast want independence. They always do. The Untersee, the papers report, has undergone another alteration. Not yet it hasn't, you'd know. Oh! A promotional coupon from Mrs. Plenty's Provisioners for a half cask of salt herring. You could use that. I buy 1 fuel... And we're going to spend the rest of our money on mushroom wine. Casting off again. This time, we head north. Oh, this is something we can actually take. The ship is yours. What will you do with her? She's a vile old vessel, and these Z's aren't safe. Take what you can and move on. These pinasses don't sail far from their hidden harbors, but here's something at the back of the hold. A bolt of fabric. Spider silk. You can find spider silk in London, of course. There are troubles there with sorrow spider infestation, like anywhere in the Neath. But for the real quality, you need to go east to the Connaught or to the fang-bristling fastness of Saviour's Rocks. And here is Venderbite, the tomb colonies. A sailor has grown fretful and disobedient, reluctant to go on deck, even in port. There's a white Zeebat watching me up there. Salt's messenger. Salt's got its eye on me. I'll never see home again. Salt? Sailor's superstition. Order him up on deck at once. Salt. Salt, one of the nameless gods that sailors fear. This sailor is a conscientious man. Send him to the sickbay on the pretext of a fever. Shoot the Zeebat. If the bloody thing is frightening your bloody crew, you'll bloody well settle its hash. Do not do this. Do not do this. This is like shooting an albatross. Bad idea. If there's one thing I've learned in my years of sailing, it's that you respect the gods of the Zee. The sailor is grateful, though your ship's doctor rolls a skeptical eye. When he next goes up on deck, the railings are clear of Zeebats, white or black, and he sets to work with a will. The new tomb colonist surveys Venderbite, shaking her head. It won't do, she says. It won't do at all. I had no idea the place would be quite so unprepossessing. Perhaps we can liven it up a little yet. If only I knew a helpful Zee captain. Ah, we were meant to bring mushroom wine to Venderbite. Bring 10 units of mushroom wine to Venderbite, and perhaps they'll have something for you. I actually was just bringing mushroom wine for a different reason. So you can buy this in London for 21 echoes, but you can sell it for 23. Which is what I'm going to do right now. I'm also going to sell our Vision of the Surface, and a Memory of Distant Shores, and the recent news. That gets us up to 90 echoes. So this will be something to do. And while we're at it, let's get a port report. Along the coasts of the Untersee, it's remarkably hard to die. The decrepit and nearly dead who leave London become tomb colonists and settle here in bandaged peace. But they don't give up their ties to home, or their politics. You gather a haul of complex clues, enough to keep your contacts in London interested. And very importantly, Zee captains, the first curator gives audience. The first curator is responsible for the preservation of the tomb colonists. It has been here much longer than London, like all the oldest tomb colonists. But even tomb colonists dissolve in the end. Its time is close. No more light, the obsequious steward cautions you. He opens the door and you step into near darkness. A pair of luminous lamplighter bees buzz in a latticed ivory tube. There is no other source of light. A bandaged shape no larger than a child lies crumpled on a couch. It lifts its head with obvious effort. It takes several seconds for you to distinguish its voice from the soft buzz of the bees. Sea Captain.
Silk skin. Not much left of me. I will go into the Grand Sanatorium. Bring me colors. 7 colors. Pay well.
7 colors?
Cosmogon, Irigo, Pelican. Steward has. List. Find them here and there across the wide Black Sea.
Ask about the Grand Sanatorium. One hears the name whispered here and there in the arcades of Venderbite.
Oh, Silkskin, you don't want to know.
The chuckling becomes a cough.
We don't die here below, not unless we go to Z. So we needed something else, somewhere to end. Thank you. This poor flesh thirsts for colors.
It collapses, rustling, back onto the couch. Even the effort of speaking seems to have diminished it a little. The audience is over. As the door opens, it shrinks from the finger of light that reaches across the floor. Outside, the obsequious steward nods. The book? Yes, the book. He hands you a slim, illustrated volume. The curator is old as dust. We will all be grateful if you do it this one last favor. Right! Now we have to find 7 colors. And let's explore. Okay. You wander the echoing streets alone. From time to time, the sensation of being watched comes upon you, but each time when you halt, you hear no other's footsteps. Nothing eventful, only eerie, but when you return to the quayside, someone has left an odd, bulky box for you. There is no bill of lading, but the name of your ship is attached to a tag. Another Sooth and Cooper long box. Delivery to Depot A, Station 3. Okay. Right. Oh, bats. Let's reduce our terror. Just by a little bit. As for... Oh god, there's another one. As for the boxes... We can't really open them. Not easily, at least. Apparently, they're tightly shut. Alrighty. Cave full of spiders that exist off the fruit flies that exist off of decaying slime. The system gets no sun. That's the whole succession of nutrients. That is crazy. Codex and Wither. We didn't run into a Lifeberg this time, so we'll actually get to visit Wither properly. Behind the great arch over the bay, the pale wastes stretch, white and silent as the face of the moon. From here, you might almost imagine they were snow. North of the city, the salt pools fizz with unlikely color. I don't want to exist where spiders are at the top of the food chain, to be fair. The citizens of Wither enjoy questions, so much so that they always answer a question with another question. This can make intelligence gathering frustrating. Are you asking for any particular reason? At what time of day? Is that your hat? Might it be 6? It could be 6. Eventually, you cobble together enough implication and supposition to compose a report. Wither is a quiet, chilly town of grey stone and closed courtyards. The people are neither exactly unfriendly nor exactly hospitable. They have the irritating habit of answering a question with a question. Here and there are odd sights tucked away. Oh! This guy again. Well, grilled troglodyte prawns. On to Codex. An Isle of Answers. Codex, a desperate cave full of mute exiles and an inexplicable colony of shivering, bad-tempered monkeys. No one will speak. This is a challenge. The exiles see many come, fewer leave. Some are even willing to communicate, but their gestures are unfamiliar, the meanings unclear. Even when you can understand, these are answers without questions, as useless as a key without a lock. Yeah, so in Wither, you are strictly forbidden from answering a question. You must always ask questions. These people are here because they answered a question. And from here on out, I don't know what's going to be, what exactly is going to be here. We're looking for the Void's approach. But I don't know what order we're going to get our, Oh shit! It's right here! That's lucky. Oh, shoot. Now that's a lifeberg. No. Oh, God. Do you see that thing in the bottom right of the screen right now? That island that is moving around? That is Mount Nomad, and it's the strongest monster in the entire game. Sounds like this run is incredibly cursed. A little bit, but also very blessed because this is exactly what I wanted to find. This is the Avid Horizon. That said, we are actually going to need one more thing. I just need one single additional discovery. So I'm just going to go past the Avid Horizon real quick and see what we have. We're running the lights on quiet. I don't want to risk finding Mount Nomad. The Storm Bones. That's unfortunate. It's very useful for both Frostfound and Mount Palmerston to be on the closer end of this. Avid Horizon and Storm Bones is a little bit unfortunate, yeah. Remember when I mentioned Tyrant Moths earlier? That's a Tyrant Moth right there. And it's got 500 HP. Okay. That's all we needed, was to see that. I'm absolutely terrifying the shit out of my sailors. Do they hunt tyrant moths with harpoons or something? Neat visual. I don't know if tyrant moths are often hunted, but... It would have to be with harpoons, huh? Yeah. Where is everyone? Where did they go? They're here. They're here. You're not alone. Avid Horizon. This is the end. Two vast winged shapes guard a gate of something like resin, smooth but uneven. It is deep gant, the color that remains when all other colors have been eaten. Ice crusts over the crack between its valves. Approach and your breath freezes, falls tinkling in shards from the air. It would be utterly foolish to touch the thing. A merciless wind blows from everywhere to everywhere. It passes without effort through your bridge coat, your flesh, your lungs. The dock lies empty. Alright, first off, we're going to use up a quality here called Beginner's Luck. There's about a 50% chance that we get sapphires, and I'm aiming for the thing we get on the other end of the 50% chance. But the sapphires will be a fine enough consolation prize. Ah, we got the sapphires. Beneath the black and freezing water, a ship lies rusting. Its hull has been torn like paper. Lifeberg's work? Some of the supplies and cargo are salvageable. Why were they bringing sapphires here? 3 supplies, 3 fuel, 3 sapphires. Nothing moves. The stillness is itself of interest to the Admiralty. It is not impossible someone foolish might attempt to open the gate. It is not inconceivable that it might open from the other side. And what then? Your journey here may attract the attention of a certain Crimson patron. Return your port report to the Admiralty in London to unlock a new story. We will not be doing that yet. That's a later thing. But also, with 77 fragments, you heard a story. The ice by the gate's edge. There was a whisper about a hunting quest and a final revenge. Yes, this is what the rumors meant. A hunter frozen in the ice, hands contorted to claws, mouth agape. With her left hand, she had plucked her own eye from the socket. It lies very close to the surface of the ice. If the stories are true, then there's a dark virtue in that eye. Take it then. But perhaps you should put it in a jar. Blue fluid is its own hemolymph, certainly. Well, we have a hunter's eye, which is... Eat the flesh of the deep lurkers and your eyes will change. It's actually one of the colors that we needed. We're not looking into the stars. That's a bad idea. Tyrant moth steak, sorry. That was just my guess. I have no idea whether Tyrant's treat is actually made of tyrant moth. Fucker, I see you. Don't come close to me. So how do the tides work down here? They honestly shouldn't. I don't know how they do. As far as I know, there's no wind. So, most ships are steam-based. It's entirely possible that the water is just naturally still. There might not be tides at all. I know there are tides underwater, but that's like a whole different thing. The Bonnie Reefs. The moon is somewhere. Oh, trust me, the moon... Even if the moon was able to reach down here, we're cut off from the laws of the universe in this cavern. Like, okay. Let me see if I can explain this without giving too much away. Down here underground, imagine if every single day was Numa. That's basically how it works. Whoops. And how do you describe Numa? It... Nothing works. Nothing works. It... Down here, the laws of nature do not apply. Even if the moon could reach us, it might not do anything. It would just say hi as a friendly face. Yeah, pretty much. Crippled, broken, already feeding the Z's endless hunger. Little remains of the ship but scraps of sinking cargo, and a few buoyant parts of its splintered carcass. Captain, quick! Over there, port side! The legendary clay woman Corsair, the pirate poet. She clings tight to the last few scraps of floating debris, defeated but defiant. You know what? I'm a poet too. I respect it. It takes 3 crewmen to pull the pirate poet from the Z's clutches, while others mutter about bringing an unfinished man and unfinished woman aboard ship. She just smirks. She carries little on her but the verses of poetry tattooed over every visible inch, and an old sword almost as chipped as she is. Fortunately, her salvaged possessions also include the jangling money purse on her belt, fat and ready to pay the traditional freedom price of her current bounty. As much as the crew could subdue her, all are relieved when she is aboard a lifeboat, rowing away through the darkness towards Guider's Morn. Yep, So, when it says that she's a clayman, you can see from the art that that is literal. There are people in this setting that are just made of clay. But yeah, we got 400 echoes. That was super worth it. For the record, I would not recommend doing what I just did. You probably saw how hard I was focused during all that. I wasn't talking much, but that's because I had to be maneuvering pretty carefully in order to keep the Corvette from actually shooting me as much as possible. I believe that Corvettes are forward-mounted, which means that if you stay behind them, they can't shoot you. That's why I was doing all of the weird maneuvers that I was doing. Aha! Perfect! Demo Island. That was real sick, that was real sick according to the rumors. Yeah. Oh, perfect. We did need to go here, actually. Oh. Oh, this is just a steam pinnace. Well, I'm on a roll. Cache of curiosities. A stout crate. Crates, the source of sustenance, the fundamental element of cargo. 5 supplies! Hardtack and water and an unexpected box of nails. A would-be wit remarks that the nails look tastier than the hardtack until an officer's glare silences her. fervid forest of fungus. Iron and Misery has a funger operation here, felling giant bulligus shrooms for building materials, harvesting Kirili for its medicinal properties. It's a desperate little outpost of something like civilization. Up puffs the affable Factor. Oh, hello, Captain! Thank God for visitors. We'd go quite mad out here otherwise. Quite mad. How can we be of assistance? The Admiralty asked you to bring back strategic information. This is your contact. Here, little to report, but we have had Connet privateers nosing around, and tell them that the company grows suspicious. Mr. Iron knows the Admiralty is interested in his business. Pray, my friend, that you never have to serve two masters as I do. Mr. Iron. Yeah. We'll get to the Masters of the Bazaar eventually. Hardtack is also neat science. I actually don't know much about hardtack, but we got our strategic information. Stand in the right place at the right time for the gnomic gallivant. I don't like comedians. I'm a very serious man, but we agree on one thing. Timing. That's why I'm breaking into the Factor's home, and why I need you to distract him until I found a special itinerary. It just so happens that you bump into the Factor on his walk home. What a happy coincidence! You couldn't possibly manage this entire picnic basket by yourself. Overjoyed to have company, he joins you on a bench for the next hour, merrily eating sandwiches. You take your leave once you have seen the Gallivant pass by. Back on your deck, the Gallivant laughs jovially. His rubies wink in the light. Iron and Misery will be sending a representative to the contest in Port Cecil. There's a full itinerary for all of the events, tailored for every attendee. I have the director's moves mapped. Hardtack is a bread compression process done like 6 times. Ooh, interesting. You bake it, grind it, dissolve it, and flour and bake it again. It's like concentrate of bread. Tea with the Factor. The poor fellow needs the company, and he can spare an hour away from his schedule. You sit on the veranda of the Factor's house, looking out over the fungal jungle, an expanse of green and sour gold. The air is thick with hovering spores. The scones are stale. Even the tea has a hint of mildew. But the Factor is good company. He shares odd stories about the ice and roses of Irem, the monstrosities of the Sea of Lilies, and a little restaurant in Venderbite where he enjoyed the most extraordinary seafood. Venderbite! I know! I'd never met a tomb colonist who could cook, but you must visit the place. Do you know it? He also has a load of bulligus frond carted aboard your ship. He waves away your thanks. I have eaten so much of the stuff I fear I might be transformed entirely into fungus. He leans confidentially towards you. It happens, you know, but one does have to eat rather a lot of it first. So we got some supplies, fragments, lost some terror, but you have been told of an exceptionally fine restaurant in Venderbite. That is actually very worth following up on. With a forlorn and wailing cry, the megalops turns on its back, legs neatly folded as bluish blood gouts from its wounds. Its golden glow begins to dim. Butchering it for supplies is not actually a good idea here because all it does is reset your hunger once. We should actually dissect it for knowledge. 25 fragments is not bad. A crab full of conundrums. You set to work with your knives and acids. It is an undistinguished adolescent specimen, a megalops, of one of the deep-sea crab species, but its eyes, normally vestigial in these troglodytic beasts, are large and rather beautiful. The golden glow is almost gone now, although sparks leap now and then to your knife. Visit a certain little restaurant. Fine cuisine in Venderbite. Now that would be something. At the twisty tip of an odd little side street, welcoming yellow light glows from the gilt-littered windows of a restaurant. A sign reads, Vengeance of Jonah. A beefy tomb colonist bustles up. A grey moustache pokes impertinently out from under his bandages. Come in, come in! A bandaged poissonneur at Venderbite seeks passage with a Z-captain sympathetic to intrepid cuisine. The bandaged poissonneur has long wished to travel, but you'll need to outfit the galley to his exacting standards. This guy is probably the most expensive officer in the game at 300 echoes, but it is worth it because the slot he fills is a very difficult slot to fill as cook. Ah, my captain, the things we will catch, that we will consume, that we will experience. We will discover the seventh sensation, you and I, the taste that one tastes with the heart. You there, sailor, careful with the brazing alembic. It's worth more than your wretched soul. Here he is. Here is our ship's cook. Ambrose Westcott, this you? You know, he could be under there. As far as I know, Ambrose Westcott didn't have a mustache, but who knows? It's been a while. And he gives us hearts and pages. And here we have a thing for the first curator. Give it your hunter's eye. I saw it once.
I saw it long ago, when first I came here below.
Sorry, forgot my voice for a second.
My left eye is blind. Should I replace it with this one, it will be no blinder. But perhaps I will see within.
It raises the hand with the hunter's eye towards its concealed face. No sound is indescribable, but some should be. This is one. Let us not trouble ourselves with its nuances, its reminders of marsh and gangrene and chrysalid emergence. Take, it says. Its voice is ragged. It gestures at a side table where a spoiler tusk sits. A pearl tiara is perched jauntily atop the tusk. Both, apparently, are yours. We now have a captivating treasure and a hunting trophy. Actually, wait, hold on. We still have something awaits you. Madam, I'm a good seaman. I'm yours if you'll have me. Will you have me? I'm hungry. I'll work hard. He seems likely enough, a little ragged and sorrowful. Yeah, we could use an extra hand. You won't be sorry. I'll work double watches. Ask anyone. They'll tell you I have a good name. Yes, yes. Eventually you get him to stop talking. His enthusiasm is promising, if a little pitiable. There may be further effects from this decision. Welcome aboard, stranger. This is the So, luckily, in this case, his thing resolves immediately. This is the Zailor who came begging to you for a berth. He's done good work, this one. But he's keeping a little shrine to the Salt, the nameless god of the horizon, at the back of the hold. Out here, a captain needs all the help he can get, even from sad, strange gods of farewells. You let him keep his salt circle and his chalked arrow. That night, as you stand on the foredeck, a soft breeze comes out of the east, the salt's direction, tussles your hair, passes. A certain matter has become clear. So that does make it so that, this guy is not going to be a trouble in the future. When you bring aboard a stranger, there's a couple of things it can be, depending on where you pick them up. In this case, he was just a salt worshipper. It can get worse than this. It's always slightly a risk. But, hey. What is life without risk? The returning lights of London welcome you home. Oh, wait! The little gift one is actually still here. Messages from the Harbor Master. Let's go ahead and take this. A very fine evening to you, Captain. My what you might call mentor is very fond of adventurous sea captains, and he would like to offer you what you might call a dispensation, on account of he is so fond of sea captains. Behind the blind bruiser on the dock stands a dray piled high with fuel and supplies. Who is this patron? Is there a catch? An airy wave. He runs a very fine and very liberal establishment just across the river, what is much patronized by sailors and by men of wit and vinegar. An public house, and there is no obligation to speak of. My patron would hope only that you might remember him kindly, and I suppose that if the opportunity should arise for you to return his kindness, then I do not imagine he would refuse your offer. Yeah, okay, this is absolutely a gang thing, but well, my patron hopes that you find these little gifts to your liking, and he expects that perhaps someday you might choose to call on him at the Medusa's Head. Should that day come, we will make you very welcome and give you any safe conduct what you might require. Good evening to you. He salutes and is gone. And now we have Menace's suspicion. Oh, you rapscallion. We've gotten very lucky with supplies. Alright. We're actually not going to pass on the strategic information just yet. Instead, let's first submit our port reports. What have the nearly dead been up to, then? 10 echoes there. Whither? I refuse to ask any questions. I don't want to give them the satisfaction. Avid Horizon. I hope you intend to tell me everything is quiet there. A visit from Mr. Sachs. Exiled for giving answers. That's Wither for you. Anything new? Another 20. Anything in particular you need? Oh! Codex! Cool! That's actually quite easy. Carouse and Wolfstack Docks. There is no danger here. Try to enjoy yourself. This will reduce your terror. You might run into trouble, or romance. So for 10 echoes. Sea shanties, fine food, and the warmth of a pub fire. And something more. We get free recent news. That night in Wolfstack, you find yourself sharing a table with a likely lass, a dapper chap, or someone whose name you do not afterwards recall. She tipsily claims to be a spy. Whatever she is, she's easy to like, and when the evening ends, you're still together. An elegant fellow with a presbyterate accent and an unexpectedly delighted laugh. By the evening's end, it seems natural that he should accompany you home. Alrighty. Here's another decision for the stream. Likely lass or dapper chap? Or do we leave off the decision for now? I wish I had an opinion. I guess the Conet is more fun to mess with? So that's likely last then? It's one vote for likely last. Anyone else? Ah. Oh, you're having lag issues? I'm so sorry. The short version is we're figuring out who our captain is spending the evening with. Hold on. Alright, that's 2 for the likely last. The next morning, she gives you a pewter locket. As you reach for it, she grips it briefly in her fist. "Don't you dare forget me," she says. You now have a locket with a likely lass's portrait. Aw. I'd vote to marry the Longshanks Gunner if I could, but you can't tie down a free spirit like that. Also, we don't know the Longshanks Gunner. We're a poet. A new recruit. Someone wants to sign on. There could be the Presbyterate Adventurous. What happens to the starting officers for the captain's backgrounds you don't pick? I assume that at any given time, there's actually at least 6 different captains setting off at once, and I assume we're just option selecting which one we want to play as. So they're off on their own ships doing their own thing. Afternoon, madam. Looking for a gunnery officer? I'd like to help you blow up some monsters if you'll have me. Or, at the end of the rotting dock, a woman perches on a suitcase. Both she and the suitcase are noticeably cleaner than everything else in view. Hello, where are you headed? On second thoughts, I don't mind. Can I come aboard? Yes, I'm an engineer, but I'm an engineer in a hurry. I actually... You know what? I'm gonna go with Maybe's daughter for now. If anyone comes looking for me, well, I'm not accepting callers. Can I trust you to pass that on? You don't want them distracting me from my duties. I don't believe I have read The Snow Queen. 6 Veils, 3 Iron, plus 100 engine power. What's the Roser's Wharf looking like today? Oh ho! We have an extra long box. Excellent. Basically, every time you come back to London, the Rose Market comes in, and it's effectively a way to sell things for a little bit more than usual. A jovial contrarian is purchasing long boxes. His wheeled chair squeaks through the crowd. As all visitors to the Rose Market must, he carries a mirror. He's painted over the glass, though, with the face of a bat. How much? What, for this? Allow me to explain a fundamental principle of economics. He argues over the cost, the box's condition, and whether the wood is walnut, poplar, or elm. Then he shakes your hand enthusiastically and happily pays every penny of your original price. A pair of market attendants, puffing beneath their unwieldy horse masks, help him carry it away. I love the jovial contrarian. He is such a great character. He just loves to argue. Oh. I see, I see. That's neat. I've not read The Snow Queen myself, but I'm familiar with it as a fairy tale because of Lobotomy Corporation, actually. It has some references to the Snow Queen. If anyone is having a good time, the jovial contrarian is. Hell yeah! Alright. I could spend 100 echoes to repair the hull, but I'm actually going to be calling in a couple of Admiralty favors here. Cheap, good quality work. Midnight. A presence dominates your lodgings. Its fur-trimmed robe is the red of blood on snow. Over your chair hangs a familiar brown sack, bulging with offerings. Londoners give generously to the crimson beast of winter. Anything to be rid of it. The figure stares into the fireplace, smelling of soft musk and harsh ammonia. I require a sturdy vessel and a captain. Yours comes recommended. You will suffice. Santa? No. This isn't Santa. This is clearly Mr. Sachs. Entirely different. See, Santa comes to give you things, whereas you give Mr. Sachs things when it comes around. Mr. Sachs, take your leave. You will not be intimidated in your own lodgings. There is no penalty for this. You will be able to accept this contract at a later time of your choosing. Mr. Sachs's displeasure is a shiver in your bones. Next Christmas it would be wise to be as far away from London as possible. Polythreme is said to be at its least terrible that time of the year. But yeah, we'll do that eventually. Just not right now. Because that particular storyline is timed and involves us, basically, we would have to focus 100% on doing that one thing. Ah, neat. I definitely have to read that at some point. Alright, over to the Alarming Scholar, and here we go. Captivating treasure. Shiny, and you polished it before you brought it in, so it's even shinier today. Oh my. Teeth bared in a hungry grin. There's something odd about those teeth, as if there were too many of them. This will make quite a dent in my acquisitions budget, but worth it, I think. Yes, worth it. And that is a captivating treasure for 1,000 echoes. Don't say shit about their teeth. We could use that 1,000 echoes to purchase an elegant townhouse. That might actually be worth doing at some point soon, but not immediately. Yeah, your ability to reduce terror in London is not amazing right now. Yeah, actually, generally speaking, the elegant townhouse is worth getting. Resting is now more expensive, but more effective. You have your crew cart your things from the blind helmsman to your new address. If anyone respectable calls, they'll pass as servants. Now resting costs us 100 echoes, but on the other hand, we heal quite a bit more terror. Specifically, 15 of it at a time. Sleep early, rise late. Take the air in Tyrant's Gardens. Take coffee at Caligula's Coffee House. Take advantage of a Z captain's reputation. You could get used to this. Disney's adaptation is terrible because it cuts out literally every one of the strong female characters that form the backbone of the narrative. Ah, I see. Each of these caskets of sapphires is going to be 90 echoes, so that's good for us. We can probably find a better place to sell that spider silk. Let me actually pull up also... the Sunless Sea trade route strategy page. Here we go. Yeah. Where can we sell those spider silk caskets? Most adaptations have no idea what to do with such an aggressively neutral character and try to make her a villain and badly force it. Yeah, that makes sense. Spider silk. Most of the places that you can sell it are at least a little bit inefficient and difficult to get to. It's probably best to just sell it in London. Right. Okay. So, what next? Well, we still have to bring those 10 casks of wine to Venderbite. That's probably worth doing right now. But what else can we do? Okay, that's pretty good. That's a good bet. Okay. Oh, we need to go up to Codex. That's one thing. We've got 15 fuel. It's probably a good idea to just explore along the north some more. Yeah, okay. I've got a plan. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. An additional 2 for a little bit of extra money making. And cast off. Don't you dare forget me. You stand on the bridge with the likely lass's locket in your hand. It's a risk for both of you. Shorebound lovers grow lonely, and Z captains die young. The Z air is cold, but the heat of your blood has warmed the metal of the locket. Keep it close. me try exploring bits and pieces. If you're wondering, this thing right here... Hold on. It's a light ship. Anywhere you find these, you can trade them recent news. Or you can purchase fuel from them for twice the usual price. More supplies. Probably would have gotten even more if we weren't literally out of space. I'm going to take a moment here to have lunch with Lucy. Specifically, to get rid of some terror. Oh shit. I did not mean to press that button. Ah, that's a waste of some fuel. Pale and salty meat. The crew will feast. That glowing flesh is unstable. It crisps and withers as the glow fades, so eat it while it's fresh. Provide what we have promised. So, the unfortunate part is that if we join them for a drink, we won't properly get paid. we'll get, like, stuff that we can potentially sell to the antiquarian, but I don't think it comes out to as much if we just deliver the wine. Your former passenger waits on dock. They've brought friends. Thirsty friends. They're a little disappointed you won't join them. So few fresh faces, one sighs. So few faces, in fact. But they show their gratitude with a sheaf of banknotes and a curious box. We have yet another Sooth and Cooper long box. And that's another 400 echoes. We'll sell our recent news here, since that's just free money. Get our port report. And let's explore. Oh, another one of these. All right. And it's once again the salt one. I've never not gotten the salt one when picking up this guy in Venderbite. Anyway. That actually cleared all of the fog of war on Venderbite. Exploring every single explorable bit of sea in a tile clears the whole tile. And that's a Lifeberg. And now we can loop around towards Wither. Another Lifeberg, okay. Get our port report. Ah! A contest of riddles. Fisherfolk, sailors, a shady couple of likely pirates, and is that a drowny down by the water's edge? They sit round a fire at the Z's edge, passing around a bottle of something viscously black. They're wagering on riddles. Will you join them? Bet an echo on one of the simpler riddles. 68% chance of success. One of the fishermen is bursting to try it. A cat's shadow. The fisherman grumbles, but pays up. Notably, there's a thing that we can buy here in Wither called Muter Salt. Tastes like clean air and crystallized ginger. Also has the interesting property of paralyzing the vocal cords if you sprinkle it in your stew. One thing to note is that if we want to have dinner with the bandaged poissonneur, aside from one supplies, it actually costs a muter salt and a strange catch. 1 day muting stew. Literally, that's what muter salt is. Oh, speaking of people to talk to. Perhaps you don't entirely trust her, but she keeps the engines turning, and she's hard to dislike. She helps us increase our veils, and we can have dinner with her with a strange catch. So remember the whole thing about the Sly Navigator wants sincerity, and so your hearts have to be specifically higher than your mirrors? If we were to proposition Maybe's daughter, she has no interest in tediously sincere lovers. Ensure your veils is at least 20 points higher than your hearts. She likes the chase. Anyway, off to Codex. We're going to have to slip by that Lifeberg. Which shouldn't be too much of a problem. Make the pass sign to a mute exile. Nod, nod, shrug. She hands you an oilskin pouch. 9 foolscap sheets of beautifully written cipher, gathered from who knows what corners of the Untersee. You look up. She points across the water towards the distant lights of Withertown. She shakes her head. No home there for her, not now. She points to your ship and raises her eyebrows. A mute exile wants to join your crew. Will you permit it? Permit it, though the other Zailers clutch their Z talismans and make signs against evil. The folk of Witherus are uncanny. Those who are exiled to Codex must be more so. She can't or won't speak, but it's clear she knows the Z. She'll do well, this one. She just had a stew, lol. No, it's by choice. Ooh. Are you fucking... Again? The Chapel of Lights. Do you hear music? Furtive faithful gather in the shadows between the many, many candles. A bell tolls in the chapel tower, cracked iron laughter. Beware, the aisle is full of voices. What occurs here between the darkness and the light? A smiling priest in a red cassock tends to the chapel. The congregation are shy of light. They come and go in little ships, and it's strangely difficult to count them. Perhaps some of them are imaginary. Still, you note the name of a ship or two. We can't freely eat at the chapel. This is a way to reduce your hunger temporarily. Let's see what we get. A smiling priest unlocks the door of the storehouse for you. Here, he says, eat, but take nothing away with you. They have shark steaks plucked from the sea, thin slices of cavern tuna, translucent and delicate as paper, little crimson cakes flavored with cinnamon and coated with poppy seeds, tomatoes, impossibly ripe and sweet so far from the surface. Gorge yourself. Leave with the juices dripping from your chin. All that happened is that we lost our hunger. We could spend 5 supplies and attend a service at the chapel. I'm gonna be real, I don't wanna. At least not yet. 5 supplies is a lot, and this won't get us anything. This will not do anything good for us. Just trust me on this one. The Chapel of Lights is, well, maybe there's a reason that the strongest monster in the game feels safe hanging around here. Oh, that reminds me. Ah, we need more mirrors. The Navigator likes to talk about the Z. He has long opinions on its beauties, its dangers, its salinity, its depth, and its contents, and the rest. Every other sentence starts the Z. Z, Z, Z. After a while, you reach the point of semantic satiation, and the word Z means no more to you than the word Zop. But you seem to have learnt something. Okay. That's enough for now. There's the Ragged Crow. Alright. Let's see exactly what is on the other end of the Storm Bones. And let's also take a quick look to the south. See what we've got here. It's fairly important to learn how the Z is set up. I also haven't shown something off, which is you can send out your bat to scout for you. There is something underwater some distance to the northwest. Well, we can't get to that quite yet. The Salt Lions. Okay. That's actually quite good to know. That'll be useful coming back. Oh! And I see leopard there, which means that we're actually near Khan's heart. Or, well, Khan's glory in this case. Ow. Right next to Frostfound, huh? Interesting. Frostfound. Towers and ramps and galleries and stairs of ice, raised and spun like an architect's honey dream. No spider ever wove so complex a web. The towers are utterly pristine, untouched by human life, but a pitiable encampment squats by the dock. Engage an officer, the tireless mechanic. The tireless mechanic has had enough of Frostbound. He smiles at you over his spectacles, teeth chattering. Brr, so glad to see a ship at last. Ready to offer my services. I'm an engineer. Finest you'll ever hire. Treat engines like my own children. Not that I have children. Too busy. Usually busy. Spot of rust, spot of rust. Soon see to that. You there, help me with the spot of rust. Oh. Take tea with the squatters at the dock. Some of them wear the robes of Iremi riddlefishers, some look like withern folk, but even more ragged. But they do seem a little more practical than either of those peoples. We're keeping the steps for the Game of Truths, a helpful riddlefisher explains, as she fills your cup for the third time. Every year, the people of Irem and Wither meet here for... She pauses. Contests, she finished vaguely. The difference between a question and a riddle. One day someone will prove themselves enough to enter the castle. You spend a pleasant few hours while the tea is supplemented with Iremi liqueurs, pale withered beer, and something the riddlefisher describes blandly as snake cake. They offer you fuel and supplies before you leave. We keep enough to spare, the riddlefisher grins. From time to time, a captain gets lost and comes up here, and we always feel bad for them. 1 supplies, 1 fuel, and minus 10 terror. Not bad at all. Frostfound's actually quite nice. Now, we could allow the Sly Navigator to examine the tower, but we're not going to do that just yet because we would end up losing him. So instead, not all are Iremi or Wither. There's the odd researcher, the occasional deranged ice sculptor, now and then a very cold, very sad rubbery man. No! Save them! But for the most part, an atmosphere of friendly rivalry reigns. Frostfound is an ice castle, and it's probably the most visually stunning area in the game. now Palmerston's Reach. Yep. This is a very odd Z layout, but it's not bad. I can work with this. Mount Palmerston. Brimstone. Always brimstone. There was a revolution in hell, and the aristocracy of devils fled here. Here they plot in exile. So, yeah, let me explain a little bit more about the whole hell thing, right? So, hell is just down here. Devils and everything. Hell used to be an aristocracy, but there was a workers' revolution. Hell is now a democratic republic, apparently, and the aristocracy got exiled over here to Mount Palmerston. A shrug and a curse. They don't do us any harm. They stay up there, and we stay down here. If hell's fighting itself, that's good for us all, isn't it? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but the road to the Brimstone Convention is paved with cinders. Do they admit visitors to the Brimstone Convention? Probably not, but you never know, they might sell tickets. Look down and see Port Palmerston like a toy and the ruins like gravel. You've come far, but the volcano's cone still rears above you. Rest a little before you go to last half mile. There's a little cottage by the gate. The road to the crater ends at a brass gate in the crater wall. Beside it stands an oddly charming little cottage. It's thrown together from pumice and basalt, but it features honeysuckle. An equally charming deviless in a tea gown leans against the cottage wall, twirling a parasol and fanning herself. I am the guardian of this place, she remarks languidly. You may not pass, but can I offer you a cup of Amarilla tea? Amarilla? That's not one of the poisonous ones, is it? You're pretty sure it's not. No doubt she'd be much less pleasant. This is us. If you tried to break down that gate, but just now, she's a courteous, soft-voiced woman in a tea gown. This is us in Book of Hours. Yeah, it kind of is. At least a similar vibe to, title screen lady. I forget her name. The tea is hot and nutty and rather pleasant. She asks about your voyages. She is desperate for news of London, of its mists, its nights, its sick, its poor, its fires. She tactfully turns aside questions about the convention, but she shares some of the secrets of the Neath. Oh, that's Teresa Galmir in the title screen? I thought it was supposed to be an original character. Come and see me again, she says. Next time you're here. She shrugs gracefully. Bring me a present if you like. So, I don't know if I should... Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet about what I know about devils for now, because devils are so much weirder than you think they are. I killed one once in Fallen London, and, well, okay, I killed one. Massive air quotes. I don't think it's actually dead, because I don't think I actually killed the devil. I think I just killed its shell? It was an interesting experience. I did also, at one point in Fallen London, visit Hell. That was a very interesting experience. But the important thing here is Malbolge excavations, where you can purchase cheap fuel again. And finally, strange puffs of warmth from the air behind the ice. This is the pillared sea where Irem will lie. Lies. Has always lain. Okay. Hey, Base, are you ready for the most rose-aspected place you can fucking imagine? This is Irem of the Pillars. And it's right at the corner. None have ever spoken truthfully of this place. All of that red stuff on the ground here, that's all rose petals. Irem, the pillared city. She will rise from the sea in the ice like dawn. She will be garlanded with red and decked with gold. The seventh serpent will watch you longingly from its high pedestal. You will always arrive as a stranger, but when you leave, some part of you will always remain. You will record what you have seen. When you sit down to write the report, you will recall that it was written already. Who wrote it? The report records that. It was already written when it was found. Who found it? The report describes another report, who will indicate the name of the finder. Where is the other report? There is a footnote which describes when you will record its location. When will that be? When all is well, and all manner of thing is well. Everything here is slightly unstuck in time. Now, Irem of the Pillars is it's a real myth. Often called, like, it's basically the Persian, I think it was, version of Atlantis. It's a famous lost city. I think it's usually spelled with an A, Irem, I-R-A-M, but Irem is a valid spelling. We also have a heavy-lidded fellow in a satin smock will smile at you. One of ours, he will say. We made it to order for a Z captain to guard her legacy. She might tell you the phrase. We do not. You will ask them where to find the captain. Are you sure you want to know? The heavy-lidded fellow will ask. Perhaps she doesn't want to tell you the key phrase, no matter how much you offer. Perhaps she wants her box back. Which is the cat's chiefest claw? What cage imprisons nothing, the fellow will say. Where do petals begin? Where do stories end? He beams at you. Actually, for an Iremi riddle, that's almost helpful. The Isle of Cats, to the south of the sea. That's already where we're going for our own ambition, so this'll line up with that. If we bring a sack of Dark Drop coffee beans here, I should have brought one, next time, we can do stuff at the House of the Amber Sky. But for the time being, we'll begin heading back. What's to the south of Irem? The Empire of Hands. We approach the Empire of Hands. Let us clasp our souls tight, lest the Pentecost apes take them from us. A stern reminder from the Admiralty. In the name and by the power of her enduring majesty, a trade embargo and quarantine in absolute perpetuity has been hereby declared on the Empire of Hands. 1. No ship of London is to permit aboard a Pentecost ape without express and prior permission of the Admiralty. 2. Any and all acts of spirifage, that's the soul trade, are forbidden. 3. They know what they did. Beware of stowaways. Keep a tight grip on your soul. Excerpt from Standard Naval Regulations, Volume 4. Peak lawmaking. Yeah. I absolutely love they know what they did. With the regulations in mind, it is a surprise to be greeted by a mere itchy monkey in a tattered yellow robe, barely walking with the help of a ceremonial staff. "Hello!" cries the mayor, in the broken voice of one not yet used to human speech. "Come, make selves at home! All souls welcome in bountiful Empire of Hands!" The crew shifts uncomfortably. They know the stories. It will take more than the natural beauty of this place to make most of them risk shore leave here. An occurrence. Your Empire of Hands monkey business quality is now 1. Few have reason to brave the waters this far east, especially with the trade embargo. The Admiralty will pay especially well for up-to-date intelligence. We can make a comprehensive port report by sailing to multiple islands here. So, Sovereign Island, Fountainhead Island, the Ash Isthmus, and Hearthsake Island. Let's start with Sovereign Island. A wooden palace stretches across the whole island, passage to it lit by a field of tiny glim buoys. Many boats circle the island, all keeping their distance. The ones that gets closest is an extended rowboat painted in yellows, whites, and reds. 4 servant monkeys strain at the oars, while its true passenger sits in comfort behind a gauze curtain. Just for a moment an eye catches yours, but only for a moment. It would not do for a high-souled ape to see something so beneath its notice. We don't have a gift for the Monkey Emperor, so we can't get into the court yet. Now, how about the Ash Isthmus? Neither man nor ape claims this volcanic remnant between islands. Haunted, they say. Ridiculous. The trip offers a little time to think on the Penties. Technically, they are monkeys rather than apes, but it is not tactful to remind them of this. To their high-souled faces, the accepted name is Pentecost apes. In private, though, the bloody monkeys is about as common. It is, one might say, an ad hominoid insult. Okay, Sunless Sea. Black beaches give way to an oasis of gently glowing trees and the scent of rotting flowers. I love the writing. Isn't it great? Isn't it just fantastic? Parasynthetic vegetation thrives in the Empire of Hansa's fertile soil and cool humidity. Wide natural paths run between clumps of trees, softly lit by a dim green glow and the occasional glimmer of false stars through the canopy. Only the cracking of leaves and the soothing sounds of water break the serenity of this volcano-forged paradise. We don't really need to hunt for supplies. Not many of the plants and berries here are familiar, but some of them at least look like the ones that were being eaten back in Port Stanton. Let's not bother with that. Instead, steam and a hint of sulfur gently rise from a secluded natural pool flanked by trees and mushrooms. Ah. You slip out of your itchy clothes and into the welcoming caress of hot, deep water. The salt and sweats of sailing life melt away as you simply float, bare and free. Above, false stars glimmer, bright enough to be worth wishing on. All around, the glow of the trees casts ambient calm on the silent peace. Ah, how long has it been since you had a moment like this? Since London? Longer? 5 less terror. We can think about multiple things, including our past, our ambition, the East. Few sailors are resourceful enough to get this far, where the stories end and the myths begin. The Z, as mysterious and deadly as the first day you set sail on her, she remains your mistress and your kingdom. No thoughts, not right now. Let the moment be yours and yours alone, not wasted on worldly concerns. What is the likely lass doing right now? Are you on her mind like she's on yours? Oh, those nights in Wolfstack docks. The noise, the passion, the delightful filth, the hot water hugs you tight as you remember her touch. Your last words before departing, that half-smile, almost but not quite blossoming into completeness. How long will it be before you feel the touch of skin on skin once again? Or wake to see her sleeping brow, always so furrowed, as soft and calm as the Z itself? Wait! What was that? Sounded like giggling. A tiny blonde girl perches watching on a rock. Her innocent grin is spliced with mischievous glee. She moves like a monkey, but she giggles like an imp. At the look on your face at being caught bathing in her hot spring, and the one that floods onto it as she scoops up your clothes. A monkey foundling. Shipwrecked as a baby, raised by the Empire of Hands, she now plays between the worlds of apes and men, neither quite one nor entirely of the other. A desperate swim. Curse these relaxed limbs! The monkey foundling makes things interesting. She waits, grinning innocently, until you emerge from the hot spring with nothing but your strategically placed hands for modesty. Before you can get close enough, though, she bolts from her crouched position and into the forest on all fours, a scampering run that turns every rock and fallen tree into a springboard. And now we have the Empire of Hands Quest for Dignity. Anime-ass plotline. Damn it, you cannot return to the crew like this! The branches scrape against your skin, the damp mud squidges between your toes. There is no sign of the monkey foundling, but her tracks are easily followed. The footprints lead here. She has not even attempted to hide them. It's as if she wants you to follow. Ouch! Your hand slaps to your stinging buttock. The little stone lands in the dirt as a familiar giggle comes from above. You look to see the monkey foundling dangling upside down from a branch by her legs, a blowpipe in hand and bag just out of your reach. Tantalizingly so. Taking a deep breath, you politely, very politely, request that she return your damned clothes now! The monkey foundling listens and gives it some thought, tapping her blowpipe against her lips as she decides. Say please, she grins. Please. There, it is said. Pretty please? Pretty please with an imaginary cherry on top if she likes. Pretty please? She adds, stifling a giggle. She's never heard of cherries. Pretty please? Damn it, it is freezing. How much longer? The monkey foundling is poker-faced. Pretty please? Pretty please! Your anguished pleas echo through the trees. You appear to have pretty pleased her, and she decides you deserve a reward. She fishes in her bag and generously throws you a sock. A single, solitary sock. She learns a few new swear words as she races off across the branches, near doubling up with laughter. Pursue the monkey foundling. She moves effortlessly through the branches above. A trap. Your feet step into the coiled rope just as the monkey foundling cuts loose the counterweight and you feel yourself flying upside down into the trees. Of course she has traps. The wider empire has no shortage of would-be invaders, man and monkey alike. She sits back and enjoys the show as you flail around trying to get free, before apparently taking pity on you. Pity, however, turns out to be casually and without warning cutting through the rope, dangling you in the air, and sending you falling back with a surprise thump to the muddy forest floor. It knocks the air out of your lungs, but you are otherwise unharmed. She pauses for a moment to make sure, before her grin spreads back again, and she races off to continue the game. The chase continues. The monkey foundling slides down a vine in front of you. She sticks out her tongue and scampers through a break in the trees. A marsh of terrible stench. It is a place that skunks would think twice of entering, if the Empire of Hands had such creatures. The monkey foundling, of course, is unconcerned, as much as at home here, as high in the branches are running the forest paths. She almost dances, effortlessly, across a thin fallen tree that crosses the mire, surrounded by the foulest, bubbling mud that has ever invaded your nostrils. She balances in the middle, daring you to try to follow. She wants to play? You'll play. Though the crossing is treacherous, particularly when one's hands are torn between modesty and balance. It is slow going. Your muddy feet slide against the thin trunk as it buckles and strains under your weight. Inch by inch, step by step, you slowly make your way across. Until, bored, the monkey foundling suddenly jumps up and down hard. The tree rolls under your feet, your balance fails. You slip, tumble, are embraced by a marsh whose smell will never leave you. You fight to the surface, streaming brown and dripping green, violently coughing up a gagging throatful of the foul slime. The monkey foundling sits cross-legged in the safety of the trees, holding her nose as she points and laughs. She pirouettes on a tree stump, saluting as you approach. A screeching Pentecost ape drops from the branches. The shock on the monkey foundling's face makes it clear. This is not part of her little game. Its rage is focused entirely on her, the ghost of the Ash Isthmus, and the bright soul with which it can uplift itself to glory. It limps from some trap earlier, its fur blood-soaked and glistening. It lunges at the monkey foundling, who half rolls, half falls off the stump and yelps as it catches her by the leg. She rolls, shrieks her own howl as she lashes back with a kick that shatters Fang and splits its lip. This only further enrages the frothing ape. It strikes. Help, the monkey foundling. She meant you no real harm. She was only playing. Rock beats ape. You reach for a stone and bring it crashing down on the distracted ape's head. Its skull cracks, dampness spreading. It collapses to the ground, hard. It is not a child's face that looks up at you. Still, you reach a hand down. The monkey foundling just stares at it for a moment, something human returning as the adrenaline fades. For a moment, it almost looks as though she will take it. But no. She leaps up on her own, bounding away towards the dark safety of her jungle. And then stops. Hesitates. She looks back and tilts her head, beckoning you to follow. It is a look that suggests the game is over, but perhaps not quite yet finished. A small hut in the middle of the forest. Is this where the monkey foundling lives? Why would she lead you here, of all places? Oh, hold on, there's an ad break. Let me take just a minute, finish off my smoothie. There we go. The monkey foundling herself is nowhere to be seen, but she has left you something. It sits outside the hut, carefully placed by a large, happy face drawn in the black sand. A little prize for being such a good sport. Your clothes, however, are nowhere to be seen, of course. As the monkey part of her would no doubt demand, where would be the fun in that? We got an outlandish artifact. This belongs in a museum, assuming that colonial imperial appropriation for the purpose of hegemonic taxonomization is a suitable response to the problem of intercultural contact, which it probably is, because museums are magnificent institutions. Alright. Well, there's no avoiding this any longer. Yeah, I'll just say right now, there's no way that this storyline ends with you getting your clothes back. There is literally nothing you can do. An out-of-uniform experience. The crew reacts with the expected amount of sympathy to your naked return, which is to say exactly none. By the time you board the ship, every last crew member is on hand to see and cheer, with more than a couple letting off flares as impromptu fireworks. It is many, many days before the needling ceases and you are able to give an order without first scouring it for innuendo. On the plus side, it does boost at least the rest of the ship's mood while it lasts, and you have a new treasure for your collection. You've had worse days. Right, Fountainhead Island. A young ancient empire. The Empire of Hands is hardly as old as they pretend, but mimicry and theft infuses their whole culture. If the Penties have come to think that rulers should be buried in ancient temples, then it is ancient temples they will build. It would be hardly the first time their attempts to mirror humanity have entirely missed the point. Swiftly growing vegetation keeps a thick forest wrapped around variably ancient ruins. Even the yet-to-be-plundered ones are heavily scarred with crowbar marks. A temple in the forest. In a clearing of parasynthetic trees looms an imposing structure of wood and stone. The Vault of the First Emperor. It stretches through the forest in a number of styles, each designed by the whims of the latest Pentecost apes who felt it needed to be made grander. It would take a dedicated team to break in and uncover its secrets. Perhaps you will bring one here later. Perhaps there is someone in Fallen London who might be able to help you get to the treasures of this island. And finally, Hearthsake Island. A thin pillar of greasy yet appetizing smoke rises from the only human settlement in the Empire. The Blumenbach Quarantine. The Admiralty has never stated precisely why it seeks to keep the Empire confined, though most opposition to it fades once said opposers actually encounter a Pentecost ape. They have been easy to corral, however. Though they do not lack wit, there is not an inventive bone in their hairy bodies, and no amount of stolen humanity has taught them the art of creating engines. The Lost Treasure Hunter. Oh, the survivors of a pirate expedition have stolen this land, where apes are unwelcome except as an entree. He squints at a map, muttering incoherently. North for each city the bats have brought down. He wipes his brow. Have you seen a big X on the ground by any chance? I got these 4 map pieces that got me this far, and it said X would mark the spot, but I can't find an X anywhere. He looks at the map sadly. It should be here, it says. Now where am I supposed to dig? He is too busy to talk right now, but he adds that he will be in the village later if you want to trade adventuring supplies. Don't try the meatballs, he warns, getting back to his search. You just don't want to do that. Greasy smoke and guiltily tempting aromas rise from a collection of huts around a long-beached pirate ship, and a field of pointedly impaled monkeys. An explosion almost takes off your head. Sorry about that, booms the boisterous pirate, lowering a smoking blunderbuss as bits of shattered tree rain down. New arrival, are we? Well, if you haven't got a tail, you're all right by me. He squints, momentarily suspicious. You don't have a tail, do you? Wouldn't put it past the thieving little buggers to go shaving one of their own. Wouldn't know fair play if it kicked him right up the arse. His voice is louder than his blunderbuss. The congealed meat juices in his thick beard are better not considered. It was not madness that drove these pirates to cannibalism, but years of being shipwrecked without the comfort of meat. After a while, any meat would do. They seem a friendly sort and are shocked at the idea that they would ever be such poor hosts as to eat a guest. But then they have no shortage of supplies. The Z is quiet. The journey is pleasingly uneventful. You have not been eaten by cannibal pirates. All things considered, a successful trip. Few have reason to brave the waters this far east, especially with the trade embargo. The Admiralty will pay especially well for up-to-date intelligence. All of them warrant further attention. For now, though, it would be best to see if your initial discoveries can whet the interest of anyone back home. One comprehensive port report for the Empire of Hands. And finally, monkey soldiers scour the jungle for fresh meat. The Empire has little of it, but the unsold monkeys are considered fair prey by their civilized and sold betters. So too are any humans who might disappear without too much trouble. Once back at court, both will be served up and heralded as the finest venison, veal, chicken, and pork for a court that knows what it is supposed to like, but not what it actually tastes like. You hide in the bushes until the hunting party is gone and slip away undetected in the other direction. The flea-ridden mayor scratches himself on a chair made of crates, surrounded by boxes of long-rotten trade goods. As a 5-souled ape, he would be able to petition for membership of court. For now, the trade embargo has left him trapped on the outside, a 3-souled overseer with no talent for order. We could sell him our soul right now, but that's a bad idea. In better times, being an overseer of Port Stanton gave the incumbent their pick of visitors to the Empire. Now it is as thankless a task as any to be found in the Neath. We can get supplies for 20 echoes. Fuel for 40 echoes per barrel. Bad idea. So is the ape ranking based on how many times they've been sold? You mean SOULED, but yes. It's how many souls they have inside of them. This one has 3 souls. Alright, let's get out of here. Stop putting souls in monkeys. Listen. I'm not the one who fucking did it. Admiralty Band's doing it. My pixel is bad. I cannot read. 160p enjoyment. I'm so sorry. Does the boat have a horn? Right there. Acceptable. Ah, the Sea of Voices. We hear those voices that will not be drowned. This is the Sea of Voices. We are close to Polythreme, where nothing is truly dead. And we have faces on the seafloor. So there's Godfall. Sometimes, just occasionally, bits of the roof fall off. Be glad you weren't here when this one did. The brawling bearded men who live here call themselves monks. They pay lip service to Saint Stalactite, which fell from the roof. But their chief interests seem to be wine, blood, and shouting. Speak with the monks about their newest member. They escort you to his cell. Used to be a sailor, one whispers. We were hoping you could help us work out what's wrong. The supplicant. An old bearded man sits cross-legged and naked in Godfall's smallest monastic cell. At the sight of the group, he flinches. His wrinkled skin is covered in faded scars. No more freedom, he whispers. 10 of the clock we sweep. 15 past 10 of the clock we wash. There are orders. There must be orders. No more freedom, please! A monk hands him a mop and bids him clean the entire chapel by first bell. The supplicant squeezes it tight. Yes, master, he whispers, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes as he scampers off. There is an awkward silence. He should make a very devout monk, one of the others ventures, once we finally get him into the habit. This is something I really like. There's, like, little bits and pieces when you add the DLC, but before you've actually gone to any of the underwater ports yet, that basically foreshadow the underwater ports. This one being, this one probably being Nook. No more freedom, huh? Let them tell you about past and present events in the monastery. They're eager to talk about their history. The stalactite, they assure you, is one of the citadels of the starved men who dwell in the roof. When it fell, a few of its occupants survived to become the monks' progenitors. How does that work, you wonder, with their vow of celibacy? They become vague and are suddenly eager to speak of the details of passing shipping. I see. Offer them a hunting trophy as a gift for their collection. The trophy inspires the monks to feasts of bragging. This one broke a giant albino more's neck. That one wrestled a heptacheer. A third punched his way out of a bound shark. A fourth, and so on. You are largely forgotten, but there are truths of note in among all the tipsy boasting. We lose a hunting trophy, but get a number of stories and a couple of fragments. Alright, let's try this again. Bingo. Oh, look who it is. Pulls the pirate poet out of the water. We really need to stop meeting like this. Gracious in defeat. The pirate poet hauls herself up the rope, nodding her gratitude to the crew. Another battle well fought, Captain, she grunts. Few earn a second verse. At that point, is the pirate poet a romance option? I don't remember. I think that there's actually a mod that heavily expands the pirate poet's plotline. And I believe that makes her a romance option, but I don't actually know if I don't think she's a romance option in the base game. Along with her freedom price, she presents a gift, a cask of wine saved from the sinking vessel by her own mighty arms. They say it is a fine vintage. My men were saving it to toast our victory against you. Perhaps you would join me in a drink to them? I feel bad, because, like, there probably are people who are dying each time this happens, but, I mean, she's a pirate. She is technically attacking us. We'll find polythreme some other time. It's definitely here somewhere. And here is Khan's shadow. Oh god, you again. The city that swam. Long ago, the Khanate turned its back on its warrior traditions. It has no place for pirates and would-be nomads, so here in the shadow, the exiles make their home, amid 100 wrecked, grounded, decommissioned ships. So many malcontents, so little time. Conniving, debauching, speechifying, drinking, singing, speeching, poeting. Now and then a drunken duel. Very occasionally a savage ritual murder. And now we can sell the mushroom wine right here for 23. And semi-expensive fuel. It's not the worst in the world, but we can do better. Also, if we had one, we could sell a mirror catch box full of very angry dream snakes. That's something that we might be doing later. That said, I will buy an empty mirror catch box right now because it's very good to just have one. And we'll need it for... We actually will be making one of these at one point, but we're not going to sell it here. We're going to be using it to get Vieric. Right, that's the other reason why... Okay, actually, I will buy 2 fuel here, come to think of it, because I just remembered exactly why we need to find polythreme. Okay. It's gotta be here somewhere. Okay. Let's have dinner with the tireless mechanic. His tastes are Spartan. He eats a little, drinks only water, barely sleeps at all, so you need only lay a simple table. Thanks for the meal, and the company. No wine. It makes me sleepy. Oh, yes, I can sleep. Too easily. That's the problem. He hesitates. There's a draft I take nightly to substitute for sleep. It works well enough, and it keeps me sane and upright, but I wish I could enjoy just one night's sleep. If you could help me... We need a Clayman from Polythreme. We'll need a mirror catch box. And we'll need to go to Hunter's Keep. I'll explain when we get there. No, I'm serious. I would owe you a great deal. Oh! Oh heck, the principles of Coral are right here. That actually is very helpful, because we can drop off the Gnomic Gallivanter. And we just barely passed through Ratsy. sourceless silver glow, a haven for players of games. Rumpled convolutions of coral fill the water, glimmering with silvery light. The harder you look, the more you see shapes amid the chaos, almost as if they were sculpted. This one could be a crenellated castle, that one a horse's head. A neat little port huddles into the side of a coral island, prosaic imperial docks and houses tucked away in a baroque organized chaos. In that curious silvery light, among the frozen chaos of coral, the scene has the unreal air of a pencil sketch, crumpled and discarded. There is a door carved in the crenellated castle. The Gallivant holds a gaily wrapped package in his arms. A long string trails out of it. "This is it, madame. Steel yourself, and get the door for me, please." The right person, place, and time. Beyond the door is a long hall of chess tables. A dark man from the presbyterate sits alone in the center of the room, playing against himself. The Gallivant pulls the package's string. "1,000 years is more than enough, don't you think?" He tosses it into the room before slamming the door. An explosion knocks it from its hinges, crashing between you both. You peek into the room. The man is dead as any of the pieces. The immortal man is dead. We now have one vital intelligence. And there we go. The gnomic Gallivant dusts off his suit. "So ends 1,000 years. I've one last appointment, madame, in King Eater's castle. Time is a cage, and I'm anxious to get there as swiftly as you'll allow." Shh. It's not going to be for a while, but sure, I'll take you to King Eater's castle. By the way, absolutely terrifying name for a place. The gnomic Gallivant embraces you like a comrade. "Absolutely delightful. You have helped my master pen a happier history for us all. I'll be sure to tell him of your assistance when we reach the castle." Chess is popular in the Principles. The port is full of exiles, drunks, and washed-up Z-traders. They all play, often obsessively. Be careful. The chess pieces are carved from scintillac. Here in the Principles, that can be very dangerous. You don't know how long you've been playing. You've won a match. Another. The rough coral tips of the chess pieces are smeared with blood. Yours, your opponent's, but you have begun to realize that your moves recapitulate the movements of the powers of the Neath, the flukes and their shapelings, the bazaar that lurks in London, Mount Nomad that prowls the sea. Salt, stone, storm. With every move you take, the shape of it becomes clearer in your mind, sharper. "Checkmate," you say. "One more game?" Your first officer is tugging at your arm. Ignore them. You have chess to play. You gained a pages and a secret. Initial gambits. 2 secrets. This one we can actually fail. Another page. Developments. 3 secrets. 60%. You don't often look at chess pieces. Not really look. The bishops with their hooks. The knight with its mane and teeth. The kin and the cream, white mingled with red. The roots that pin the corner of the board down to keep you safe from your opponent. You lift a paw to toy with it, touch its velvety pads. "Checkmate," your opponent says. She grins. "Look too closely, did we? You need to be careful with scintillac chess sets." Her face is blank and white as the dome of a chess pawn. Get out. Get back to the ship until the waking dream of the coral clears. Time to go. Your opponent shakes your hand. "Time to go," she tells you. "But don't worry, you'll be back." Her touch lingers. Her fingers are cold. gambits answered, and 4 secrets. There we go. Oh, right. Gathering intelligence. Chess, dreams, silver light. The older inhabitants of Port Cecil carry coral encrustations like a disease, splotched with silvery light. They like to go up into the limestone heights behind the harbor to lay their heads against the pillars and towers, stare at the roof of the Neath, dream, open-eyed. Sometimes they speak of things far away, the Connaughts' work, the smuggler wars, the Fathom King's secrets. Perhaps it's not all invented. Odd thoughts bubble up each time you touch a chess piece. This one longs for home. That one has a secret desire for revenge against the slayer of its rankmate. This will be a queen one day. Those would do better as metal. You taste the metal. You ignore these thoughts and move methodically to a victory over your opponent. He blinks. Checkmate? He asks helplessly. An extra move. No, no, one tells you. No, no, there's only one left who will play against you. You'll need an extra move to find it. As you reach the crossroads in Port Cecil, a voice whispers, "Pawn to bishop 6. A rearing shape the size of a cottage, rather like a mitred bishop indeed, stands 6 yards to your right. A crevice in its coral side might be a cave mouth. You squeeze through the crevice into a narrow space like a stair. Irregular steps lead down. The silver light is strong here, and it grows stronger with each step downwards. I want to point out, by the way, you can literally see in the image of Port Cecil on the left here, how the coral has twisted itself to form chess pieces. Like, there's a little pawn on the left side and a knight on the right side. Like, pawn here, knight here. Silvery light fills a sea cave, dripping from the walls. It condenses to pools of whitish fluid on the uneven floor. Sea sound fills the cave, strong and slow, like the long beating of a heart. On a square slab of coral, someone has set up a game of chess. The pieces are different from the ones used in London. You see the spiraling bishops, the corner roots, the kin, and the terrible cream. As you touch each one, a deep voice whispers its name. We can move a paw or a knight. The paw is a safe move, the knight is an aggressive move. The knights are fanged like lions. A touch will wound you. Ooh, the cavern breathes around you. That was piquant. Thank you are. It distracts from the pains of dissolution in. But I want so to dissolve. Will you help me? Sleep will not enough. I desire no dreams. Will you help? An opening. We get a wound from this, but we gain 2 iron, so it's worth it. The wound will be healed when we get back to London. Offer assistance with dissolution. In the flow of air through the cavern, you hear the voice of the principals, languorously pleading. I offer an assistant, it flutes. And skintillac. You enjoy skintillac, aren't you? A rubbery man rises from a cyst in the floor. An iridescent cicatrice crosses its face. Even in this flood of silvery light, it pulses like a fevered moon. It shuffles closer. Schalt Friends, it wheezes. Unprecedented! A rubbery capable of human speech, in however debased and pitiful a mode. My emissary, the cave whispers. Treat it gently. The whisper follows you back up the steps. Take it to the Salt Lions. And we now have a nacreous outcast. Its brothers and sisters have abandoned it. Pearly light drips from its mantle crest. The principals have touched it, and not gently, but it can work miracles with salt and fish flesh. So this is another option of a cook. The nacreous outcast. We've occasionally mentioned the concept of rubbery men. This is what a rubbery man looks like. Also, we got tons of secrets. Let me actually do something real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rubbery man looks like a friend. I think so too. 6. I suppose I didn't actually need to do that because we now actually have a vital intelligence of our own. But it's still probably worth it to... Actually, yeah, it's still probably worth it to do this one. We take a Z story. And we have 40 mirrors, 2 strategic information. Put them all together. In hindsight, it's obvious. Light above dark water, the settling of scores. Zailers never forget. Lucky for you. And that gets us a vital intelligence. This also gives us 40% to try and gather skintillack. The best of the coral will fetch a high price in London. But walk around the reefs of the principles and you risk delusion and despair. Take your crew and go carefully. Oop. It's against local law and custom to break coral from the reef, and you've seen the scars of those who tried. The acid burns, the blind silver eyes. So you're looking for loose fragments. Today the sea is calm, and you find a good few candidates. They lie shining softly like droplets of moon. But after a little while, you become concerned that they're eyes, that each is watching you. When you close your fist around one, it examines your blood with amused delight. When you put them together in your pocket, they clatter and gossip together. Of course, you think. They broke from the shining mind. They have its vitality, but not its weariness or experience. You will have to lock them in separate boxes, lest they peep at you when you're bathing and see who you are. The thought of their sight on your skin fills you with horror. What if your skin turned clear? What if they saw your bones? You come back to yourself when you see one of your sailors fall on his back and start kicking delightedly in the air like a beetle. Gravity! He cries. I have fallen! You hasten back to the ship with your haul of coral before it can do any further damage. And that's that on Port Cecil for now. The lookout shouts. Far above, the false stars in the cabin roof are shifting, a rare and ominous event. What now? Record the change and assign a name. If the new shape seems well-omened, your crew may be cheered. Who knows? This is about a 50% chance. The Z-Bat. Bats is luck, a gap-toothed stoker avers. All agree. Leathery but lucky. Oh. Shit, it's me. Leathery but lucky. Yeah. There's Polythreme. This is where Claymen come from. Here is screaming. Taciturn Claymen. Evasive clothes colonies walking like humans. Cobbles that groan underfoot. On the hills above, a palace villa of marble, but even that writhes like buried bones in an earthquake. The king with 100 hearts rules from his palace above the city. He is never seen. He makes no treaties with other lands, but there's unrest in the air. The claymen you speak to are obedient and humble, but they speak nervously of those who are not. The maimed, the rebellious, the unfinished. Everything is alive in Polythreme. With 6 units of cargo space available, we can carry claymen to London. Each one lies down in its appointed position next to the other, nested snugly, head by foot. We are for London, one explains to you. Yeah, this is... The whole thing with claymen does have, I believe, intentional shades of the slave trade, which is very unfortunate. I'm not going to joke about it at all, just because that's a distasteful thing to joke about. But I do believe that the intent is to criticize. Either way, we will need this for something. Alright. So the plan at this point is that now that we've hit up a lot of places, I'm actually going to go back up to Mount Palmerston, grab some fuel, then go diagonally down, possibly stopping off at Frostfound. I want to hit up the Salt Lions, and from there back to London. This has been a very long voyage. Because we have a wound, we're getting this random event. We could spend one of our supplies to heal the wound, or we could reduce terror by toughing it out. Stuff and nonsense. March around the deck shouting courageously. Sailors are basically impressed by buccaneering machismo, except sometimes when buccaneering machismo kills their captain stone dead. On this occasion, you are not dead. This was an empty clifftop above the bleak waves. Now it blazes with color. Striped tents, colored flames, the music of pianola and kettle drum. Mustachioed women and languorous men play chess, carve bones, eat cats, and polish their terrifying brass weapons. These are Iron Republic privateers, pirates whose practices contravene the very laws of nature. They are numerous, but lost to wine and music. You will have the element of surprise, but it's very hard to know exactly what those weapons will do. The privateers run, yell, and fall, but now one seizes a weapon like a trombone inscribed with blasphemies. It conjures an appalling vibration which converts your sailors to screaming jellies. Another crouches behind a rock. She employs a kind of mortar which rains down lethal pine cones. They smell delightful, but their perfume causes pine needles to erupt in green masses from your ears, mouths, and necks. Your crew is lost to bewildered terror. You flee as the triumphant privateers celebrate amid flares of red light. We lost some crew, which is unfortunate, although that will mean that our food goes away slower. Unfortunately, there wasn't much I could do there. There wasn't really an option to just walk away for some reason. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We're burning the fuel hot. I'm leaving. So yeah, for the record, what I'm doing there is putting full power to the engines, which have a chance of making the engines explode, but massively increases our speed for a little bit. We'll once again take tea with the squatters at the dock, losing some terror and gaining supplies and fuel. And let's go ahead and head for Khan's Heart and Khan's Glory. Not much use in actually going to Khan's Glory right now, so we're going to stop off at Khan's Heart. So, you might be wondering, why all of this Mongolian stuff? Well, the title of Sunless Sea actually comes from a poem, Kubla Khan, by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. The first verse of which is, "In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Elf the sacred river ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea." And So that's an obvious one, Kublai Khan being one of the descendants of Genghis Khan. But also, Kublai Khan is notable for being one of the major figures in the myth of Marco Polo, the explorer who spoke to Kublai Khan and brought back secrets from the East. And Marco Polo is very important to the DNA of this game because one of the major inspirations was author Italo Calvino's book, Invisible Cities, which in and of itself is... Invisible Cities is fundamentally about Marco Polo and Kublai Khan's discussions. And each of the chapters of the book is about a hypothetical city that tells some sort of lesson or idea about the nature of the world. It's a very fascinating read, and I highly recommend it and Calvino's other work, such as If on a Winter's Night a Traveler. But it's something that was a major inspiration for Fallen London and Sunless Sea. There's a number of inspirations, including for Fallen London, there's quite a bit taken from The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot, as well as a number of references to Jorge Luis Borges, an Argentinian writer who is an absolute genius and one of my favorite writers of all time. So yeah, Mongolian culture pops up a decent amount in Sunless Sea. The actual reason in-universe why they're here is, we'll get to that. Right now, I haven't been explaining much about the lore because I just want to show it, right? As we get more into stuff and figure out what's going on in these places, I'll start going more into what I know. Khan's Heart, London's rival, an oasis of light in the salt black wastes. Canals thread the painted city, street lamps glow, and water taxis putter. Apparently we need to go to Khan's Glory to get a license to trade here. %37% to gather a port report. We can sub in the tireless mechanic to make this a little bit easier, but not by much. Yeah, the Khanate is watching us. Your listeners meet your questions with courteous, frightened silence. The back of your neck prickles. Don't turn around. Okay, yeah, no, this is too dangerous. Now the Salt Lions should be here somewhere. There they are. There is a vast sorrow in their empty eyes. There's just two sphinxes facing each other out in the middle of the ocean. Two basalt beasts, cathedral-sized. They frown eternally at each other across the black waves. The north one carries an encampment. Creeping human figures eat away at its features like rot. Picking. There's a supply dock below. There's a couple of things we can do. Schultflyens. Oh, actually, also, I think we can spend our salt's attention here. The face of the northern sphinx is all but gone. Lost faces are sacred to Salt, they say. You are drawn there. To what end? Salt's voice is distant but clear. Dive from the sphinx's face, down, a clean arc into the Z's chilly darkness. Float there in the quiet until your lungs are bursting, until light blooms behind your eyes. Rise gasping to the prickle of false stars, the shocked faces of your crew. You've brought something with you. So we traded in our salt attention quality in exchange for an extraordinary implication. You've brought the Nacrius outcast here. With luck, it knows why. Oh, I see. We actually need Salt's attention. I forgot about that. Ah, well. Do we have 20 units of cargo space? Not quite. But we could discard 2 fuel to do it. If the stones weep, an Unmaker... The Unmakers are here to reduce the salt lines to rubble, 1 block at a time. Help them in their work by carrying the rubble back to London. If the stones weep, an Unmaker advises you, ignore them. Unless they flood your hold, of course. Then you should probably drop them overboard. Don't tell anyone I said that. Alright. And now we just set off for London as quickly as we can and hope that we don't starve. Don't like that. Compiling a port report. We could get supplies right here. 1 supplies. Okay, that's gonna be enough. Some of the island's fungus is good to eat. Some is poisonous, hallucinogenic, or mischievous. Good luck. And let's go ahead and take tea with the factor. Oh, and that's another supplies. I forgot that. Alright, that will tide us over until we get home. Ah, more spider silk. And here we go. We are almost back to London. We'll very quickly stop by Hunter's Keep just to grab the port report. Oh, wait, no, to do this as well. Visit the cellar. We will need, the mechanic tells the sisters, to visit your sub-cellar. Oh, that nasty place, Lucy says airily, a little hastily. Yes, we'll take you down there, she smiles, but we'll need stories. Something alarming for Cynthia, a Z-story for Phoebe, and a tale of distant places for me. Yep, we got one of each. The sisters listen with delight to your stories and unlock the cellar door for you. The key is so heavy that Cynthia can only lift it with both hands. We won't go in, she says. We don't go in. The signs on the stones have a Kaganian look. In the deepest sub-cellar, your candles illuminate a litter of tumbled stones, the remnants of a temple. The pool at the cellar's center is almost dry. The remaining water there seethes oddly in the candlelight as if it were near boiling, but it's quite cool to the touch. The writhing river flows near here, the mechanic remarks. One of the tributaries of Dream. I hope it doesn't touch the well those poor girls drink from. My enemies find me when I sleep, but this water will attract my enemies to this poor fellow. He bends to dip his hand in the water and sketches a sign on the clay man's forehead. The man watches him stolidly. The mechanic hands him the mirror catch box. Hold this, he says. Keep it open. Don't let go, no matter what happens. The clay man's huge hands enfold the box. There, the mechanic says, turning to you. A serpent trap. Now I can sleep. I can finally sleep, he smiles. And then I think I may be able to offer you something rather interesting. It might be messy, he warns you. Could you have a couple of strong sailors standing by? Tell them to snap the box shut when the trouble begins. He holds up a box of laudanum. I will be sleeping deeply. Alright, what the heck happens when this guy goes to sleep? Also of note, currently our pages is so ridiculously higher than our hearts that the Tireless Mechanic is actually a completely valid romance option right now, but we already have a sweetheart. When nothing seems to be happening, you take to your own bunk, but a roar from the Clayman brings you sprinting back to the mechanic's cabin. You fling open the door. The man's eyes seethe with Viric flame. It's struggling against the efforts of the Zailers to restrain it. As you rush to assist, it smashes one Zailer against the wall with terrible force, but the other manages to snap the box closed. Instantly, the man goes stiff, a lifeless clay statue. The Viric glow now pulsates from the box. In the bunk, the mechanic sleeps on, his face wreathed in dreamy smiles. He will sleep so until morning. We now have a mirror catch box full of very angry dream snakes. So, basically, this guy pissed off the snakes that exist in dreams, and now they're after him. But we managed to trap them. The mechanic stole a secret from the dreams of the stone pigs. Ask the mechanic to explain exactly what the hell is going on. Well, it's like this.
I stole a secret from the Echo Bazaar, with the help of the Finger Kings. You know, the serpents who rule Dream. Then I reneged on the Finger Kings. Don't look at me like that. Would you rather have given them the secret? I talk about engines all the time. I'm sure you've noticed, and I dream about them. I found myself dreaming of the stone pigs. They're... I don't entirely understand still, but they're how the bazaar travels between stars. Did you know they did that? And they sleep so the Finger Kings can crack their dreams open. So the Finger Kings recruited me. I found a secret in those dreams, an engine like the Z's never seen. Oh, Captain, let me build it for you. You won't be sorry, but there are some things I'll need. I know, isn't it always the way? Okay, there's a lot going on here. So, the bazaar. You've heard me mention this. It's not a literal market in the way that you think. It's a living being, and it's from space. That's about as much as you need to know for now. So, we need to find this guy called the Unsettling Sage. We need to find Frostfound and retrieve the mechanic's secret from it. And we take 1 element of dawn, 1 casket of sapphires, and 40 units of Stygian ivory, along with the mechanic's secret and the Unsettling Sage, to King Eater's castle. We'll need a bigger ship for this. We literally don't have enough space to bring everything. Right. Well, that was very strange. Let's not worry too much about it. You know, I have a moment, so let me show you something. If, instead of going straight to Wolfstack Docks, we turn down this canal. We can catch a glimpse of the bazaar. There it is. Whatever that thing is, it comes from space. And it's the reason that London is like this now. It's also probably the reason that there's weird tentacles all over the city. It's wormed its way into the cracks. The lights of London welcome you home. Anti-London. Good evening, madam, and what a marvelous evening it is, if you don't mind me saying so, and given it is my impression you are an obliging sort, I imagine you will not mind at all. And since you are so very obliging, perhaps you wouldn't mind making a little detour via Mount Palmerston with a few articles of cargo, if you happen to be in the area? The cheery man will, of course, cover your expenses for this trifling inconvenience. It is only, after all, a trifling inconvenience. If you would be so kind as to deliver this little gift to our friends in Mount Palmerston, then they will see we gets to hear about it. And when you come back, we'll cover your expenses. Bon voyage, as my aunt, who is French by birth, if not by inclination, used to like to say. You agreed to smuggle souls from London to Mount Palmerston. Lots to do, holy shit. Okay. Special constables, black uniforms, distinctive caps, the badge of the Ministry of Public Decency, wait with a cart. Sign, sign, sign. Here's a receipt. Here's a discretion contract. Here's a penalty contract. Your vision is blurred by the end of it all. The cart rumbles off into the coiling fog. Here's your reward. We delivered Sphinx Stone. We put down a deposit of 200 echoes for the stone, but we actually got back 500, so we made a profit of 300. One by one, they rise uncomplainingly with no trace of stiffness or discomfort from the long voyage. The deck resounds beneath their heavy tread. A shroom yard manager waits on dock, tapping her foot. About time, she says. Here's your payment. Come along now, you. There's a good construct. Gained 100 echo. The Rose Market. Ah! A tattooed courier will pay well for a consignment of skintillac. Her skin is crowded with bright ink. Her smile is cocky. It makes admirable jewelry, she explains, but exceptional tea. Two of the market's horse-mass attendants help her wheel the box away. That's worth doing. Normally you sell skintillac for 70 echoes, but we just sold one for 105. Sell the spider silk. Consider a specialist surgeon. She is staying at a respectable boarding house near the docks and has made it known that she is available for work. I specialize in amputations. It's easy to acquire unwanted appendages at Z. Employ the clattery air. She comes with a bag full of knives and her own personal sharpening stone. Don't touch these. Don't let anyone else touch them. And we now have a surgeon. Our stats are already looking significantly better than they started at. Right. A visit to Clathermont's tattoo parlor. You're a real Zaler now, after all. You could go to one of those tobacco and prey places by the docks, but the prices at Clathermont's are reasonable and his daughters are real artists. But what sign will you choose? The Dauntless Hand, the Wheel of Mists, the Unflinching Eye, the Splendor, or the Gambit. Normally I actually pick the Gambit, but I actually don't need all that much more pages in this run because it's already my best stat. So I'm actually going to take... Let's go with the Dauntless Hand to commemorate daring. Increase your iron by 2 permanently and cure up to 25 points of terror. The Gold Needle pricks. Lily Clathermont hums. The design is complete. Scales, mapping your fingers like a gauntlet. Wear it proudly. An urchin tugs at your sleeve. Governor wants a word. A brooding figure waits at the lamplight's edge. I have need of a reliable agent. Failing that, an inventive one. Here are my requirements. He has very specific needs, but he'll pay much better than market rates, and he won't ask how you came by these things. Alright, either 21 bolts of spider silk, or 7 zoop. The zoop is probably going to be easier. Submit vital intelligence. What's that? Tell me, quickly. Vital intelligence can be created from 2 pieces of strategic information or earned through spy networks and some other opportunities. I'm glad you brought this to me. I have a colleague of sorts, a diplomat, so-called. I will tell you because I trust you. This diplomat will pay better, but I will put the information to better use. He leans forward. There are powers in this world I cannot speak of. There are affairs of the Navy I am not proud of. Bring me more information like this and we can set matters right. London's supremacy is currently recovering. This is actually a small sort of side quest where there's multiple groups that you can work on supremacy for. Basically, it involves running spy work for various groups and creating these interesting little spy networks. Oh, another Codex one. Ask the Admiral what he thinks of the voracious diplomat. A half-legendary, all-infamous figure whose connection to the Admiralty is obscure. A frank scowl. An unprincipled scoundrel, the Admiral snaps. If you have intelligence, bring it to me. Don't go off the books. Port reports. There's Hunter's Keep. The Brimstone Convention. They trouble me, Captain. Mount Palmerston. The Principles of Coral. I have no idea why anyone thought that settlement was a good idea. Godfall. Pirate monks. I honestly have no idea what we're supposed to do about pirate monks. What are they up to? What are the nearly dead been up to, then? That's for Venderbite. Whither? I refuse to ask any questions. I don't want to give them the satisfaction. The Chapel of Lights. There's something about the Untersee that breeds heresy and dissent. I rather think we might need to send the Bishop of Southwark out for a good bit of Christian shouting. Another 20 echoes. The King with 100 Hearts. What a useful fellow. Without his exports, I'd be delivering my own coal. Oh goodness, what are those accursed monkeys up to these days? You didn't bring any of them back with you. Such a ghastly place. You know, there was somebody here asking about it only recently. Delightful lady, as I recall. Most delightful. Yes, I shall take the liberty of forwarding her your address. 300 echoes for the Empire of Hands nonsense. Frostfound. Is it as beautiful as they say? I doubt it. Poets are notorious liars, but liars make bad poets. A paradox, isn't it? Never mind. You report? There we go. Codex. Khan's Shadow. Oh, these are always fun. Come on, let's hear it. Other officials gather round to hear your tales of bloodshed and debauchery, and the jokes about the Khan that the Shadow produces so efficiently and so entertainingly. The one about the Khan and the donkey produces a roar of patriotic laughter, and encourages the deputy recorder to unlock the departmental drinks cabinet. And that's some free terror reduction right there. Irem. Oh god, what tense is it written in? Oh god. Look, just read it to my colleague here. He'll give you your fee. I'll be over there when you're done. The Salt Lions. The Bazaar has always taken an interest in that place. And finally, Demo Island. We now have 20 fucking fuel. Holy shit. And now we can meet the voracious diplomat. The diplomat lairs near Mansion's Pyre in a second-floor office above a gymnasium for pugilistic ladies and gentlemen. Your conversation is punctuated by distant shouts and blows. The diplomat smiles fondly at the sounds. Today has been exhausting, Anna. I was a traffic light and an elevator tech and a parking attendant and all that while doing my actual security. At least I have a snack. I'm genuinely really glad that my silly little streams where I read to people are honestly helping someone. I started out doing this just because I enjoy playing games while other people watch. I kind of almost... I did theater when I was younger. I feel like I always like there to be an audience. I am losing the plot a little, but I'm so here for it. There's a lot going on, and a lot of it's happening very, very suddenly. So, to explain, let's talk over our last few journeys. Actually, just the last journey. So, let me actually use the map here. So we started out by going north again to Venderbite to drop off 10 casks of mushroom wine. That was just a little job to get some decent pay. Up to Witherin Codex, grabbing a bit of strategic information from Codex, and bringing on our contact as a sailor. Stopped by the Chapel of Lights, and passed the Ragged Crow to Frostfound, that big ice castle in the middle of the sea. The idea was just to explore the north, but we actually managed to get all the way over to Mount Palmerston, refill on fuel, make it to Irem, and then drop down to the Empire of Hands, where we had that whole adventure with the stolen clothes and the little girl. It's still mostly story hooks. There are so many... there hasn't really been... We haven't had any real advancement of any sort of main story objective. Right now, it is all the beginnings of stories. Okay. In terms of factions, let's actually go over the factions of the sea. At least the ones that we've run into. Okay, so first off, there's London, obviously. The London, when London was stolen by bats, to give more details on that. So the Echo Bazaar and the Masters. The Masters are a bunch of cloaked figures that go by names like Mr. Iron, Mr. Wines, Mr. Hearts, Mr. Pages. In fact, all of our stats are actually named after one of the Masters. There's a Mr. Iron, a Mr. Mirrors, a Mr. Pages, a Mr. Veils, and a Mr. Hearts. But there are plenty more Masters aside from that. Mr. Sax is technically considered to be one of them. It's a little bit weird. All of the Masters take turns at playing Mr. Sax when they need to. But those are the guys who kidnapped London. They made some kind of deal with Queen Victoria, who is now known impolitely as the traitor Empress, and politely as Her Enduring Majesty. Eldritch Illuminati. Yeah. I'll talk a little bit more about what they are some other time, but they're one of the factions. Let's call them the Bazaar as a general grouping. There's the literal bazaar itself, and then there's the Masters of the Echo Bazaar. Or just the Masters, for short. Then, of course, there's London's actual government, headed up by Queen Victoria, Her Enduring Majesty, the Traitor Empress, whatever you like to call her. If you're wondering why traitor, it's because she's the reason that London got brought down here. She made a deal with the Masters, and the collateral was the entire city of London. She basically sold the whole city for something. We're not entirely sure what. But London's government is still broadly there. You know, Britannia rules the waves and all that. London's Admiralty is kind of a shit show right now, but they're still doing stuff. Then there are the surface nations.
We don't really see much of them, but they're up on top. She probably asked for the enduring part of her name. Possibly. I know, for the record, I know the answer, but I'm not telling just yet. So there's the surface nations. They're up on top. They have a vested interest in keeping the path down here open. To the west of... the general west of London, and the entire western side of the map, just go west from here over land, you have Hell. It's somewhere over here. Hell is full of devils. When London came down, there was a war. Hell won. And now devils have an embassy in London. We're not entirely sure what they want. They're very strange. But they did kickstart the soul trade in London. Actually, I should clarify. They want souls. What they want is definitely souls, but we don't know why. But soul trade is now a thing. It is called spirifage. Then, and also, Hell notably had a revolution at some point. Hell is now a republic, with the Iron Republic being like a little, almost a wing of Hell. It's a client state. And Mount Palmerston up here being where the aristocracy of Hell was exiled to after the revolution. The Empire of Hands are a bunch of monkeys that also want people's souls in order to uplift themselves. They're, as things go, a fairly minor faction. So, let me answer that question from earlier. Why are Mongolians here? What is up with the Khanate? Well, London is also known as the Fifth City. Basically, it's the fifth city that's been stolen by the bats. The fourth city was the Mongolian capital of Karakoram. Normally, each city lands on top of the previous one. So, the second city crushed the first city, the third city crushed the second city, the fourth city crushed the third city, and London crushed the fourth city. One of them was Atlantis, but Persian. Nope, Irem is completely different. Irem is not one of the 5 cities. Here's what we know about the 5 cities. I'll give you a general feeling. Number 5 is London. Number 4 was Karakoram, from Mongolia. Number 3 was an Aztec city of some description. We're not sure exactly which one, but there's Aztec-related stuff, both in the ruins underneath London, and in Venderbite. There's some Aztec architecture. Before that is Egyptian stuff. That's why the Salt Lions are here. The second city was an Egyptian city of some sort. I believe it was Amarna. And then there's the first city. Now, the first city in the game, the browser game Fallen London, there's a trick going on. It makes you think that the first city was Jerusalem. It's not. There's various artifacts from each city, and the first city artifacts are marked as being silver coins, in the same vein of the silver coins that were used to pay off Judas in the Bible. Those are fake. Those are fake as shit. The first city was Babylonian. It goes way back. This history has been going on since the beginning of humanity. That's all I'll give you on the cities for now, but basically, the fourth city saw the fifth city coming, and basically the entire citizenry kind of just fucked off out of Karakoram and made their own city in the middle of the ocean. with blackjack and hookers. And now they're a major power. They're actually, I think, doing better than London right now. They're more established. Yep, pretty much. We haven't seen any of the other major factions that exist here, but I'll tell you about one, and it's to the south. We haven't gone south yet. To the south, there's a place called the Elder Continent, and it's going to be our ultimate goal. Remember how we're chasing immortality? Well, this is going to be a little bit of interesting real-world lore. There's been a couple of references to the Presbyterate. That's Presbyterate. It's a little bit weird, but a presbyterate is a place that is ruled by a presbyter. A presbyter is an honorific title for Christian clergy. So, in the real world, there's a legend known as Prester John. Basically, in stories popular in Europe from the 12th to 17th century, there was a Christian patriarch and king who is said to rule over a lost Christian nation amid the pagans and Muslims in the Orient. You know, old-ass racist Christian shit. Basically, the idea was that there was this one Christian king ruling over a land of wonder somewhere in the mysterious East. Well, in the Fallen London universe, that exists, and it's just to the south. So yeah, those are, I would say, the major powers. Well, factions. There are other powers. Storm, Stone, and Salt. The gods of the Sea. But that's enough lore for now. That should help you get a decent handle on what's going on. Anyway, the Voracious Diplomat. We've been told by the dark-spectacled Admiral, our contact in the London Admiralty, that the Diplomat will pay better for vital intelligence, but is a scoundrel. We have one more vital intelligence. Let's give this a shot. The Diplomat takes no notes and makes no sign, only listens in absolute silence, and finally nods and declares, "I'll pass this on to where it will do the most good. Thank you." The Voracious Diplomat serves London, but has dangerous allies. So we get 500 echoes, 3 Admiralty favors, 1 London supremacy, but also 1 supremacy for something called the Dawn Machine. I don't know what that is, but I'm not certain I like it. "I have a friend," the Diplomat says casually, "who would be grateful for passage somewhere else. The Connaught, for instance, or Port Carnelian." A name and an address. Both are probably temporary, but they're all you need. The Voracious Diplomat can actually let us establish a spy network and start making our own plays for the future of the setting. Oh, I almost forgot. There's one other power that I didn't mention. There's the Calendar Council. In London, there's a group of anarchist revolutionaries known as the Calendar Council.
they're named after months. So individual members of their group would be named like January or March or September. They're very heavily based on the Council of Days from the book The Man Who Was Thursday. They also have their own shit going on, but I can't explain what exactly they want, aside from, the normal shit that anarchists want, without going much more into the details of the setting, which I've already done enough for now. Hey, we ran into the likely lass again. Don't think I came down to the docks just to see you. I've got business here, but alright, it did cross my mind that you might drop by. A few hours together. Shared warmth, new memories. It's harder to say goodbye this time. Ships in dry dock. And now, with 2,703 echoes, we can pretty well afford to actually just pay Cotterill and Hathersage. 100 echoes is not bad. Especially since we're not, due to that tattoo, we're not spending it on terror reduction this time. Alright, so what next? We have an unstamped crate of Brilliant Souls for Mount Palmerston. Well, we're also going to want to go to Palmerston anyway to pick up 7 Zoops. So we should probably take just a quick trip in that direction. Oh, hold on, actually. There's another thing we can do. Or no, not yet. Okay. Apparently we can't actually do that yet. Oh no, there it is! An invitation to Benthic College. Your travels have caught someone's attention. Benthic College is pleased to invite you to an exclusive and educational evening with Lady Agatha Treadgold, delightful adventuress and raconteuse of thrilling true tales of feist and spunk. On the back is a scribbled note. Come speak to me afterwards, darling. Opportunity beckons. Opportunities are always worth exploring, at least. A trip to the Benthic. Benthic is the most open-minded of the London colleges. You find yourself waiting for the lecture in a queue of students, devils, and bohemians, observed with some scorn by passers-by in Somerset colors. Yeah, there's 2 major colleges in fallen London. There's Benthic and Somerset. Benthic is the one for the weirdos and the libertines, whereas Somerset is the one for the good Christians. I prefer Benthic College, personally. The delightful adventuress. Her feet have trodden lands most in the Neath have never even heard of. Her eyes have seen every opportunity for fame and glory while there. Whoever she is, she knows how to pack a hall. Not a seat is empty as she takes the stage. The fine cuisine of the Shelinet, the darling clayman, all but a prelude, my dears. Her stories tend towards the fanciful and conveniently unprovable, but the delightful adventuress has the credulous audience spellbound for hours. Many of her tales of monsters and lost cities have a common theme. She visited them ahead of a certain Lady Leonora Fortescue, the quite adorable daring archaeologist with whom she sparked a bracing rivalry back at finishing school. The rest are tales, bitter as the sour scrapes, of being cheated of triumphs by the very same Fortescue, whose fanciful fictions are fit only for the penny dreadfuls. By the end, her stories are notably more bitter than boastful.
She still receives a standing ovation. The delightful adventuress's masked clayman Barnabas escorts you to the principal of Benthic's study, where she sits sipping brandy by the fire. Ah, my dear Capitano! Firelight glints in her eyes as she raises the glass. I hear you are recently returned from the empire of... Oh, monkeys? Oh, hands! Yes, of course. It is a rare breed that can make such a voyage. Foolhardy too, perhaps. She sips her brandy. I wish to charter your no doubt fine vessel to that primitive little island chain. There I shall find what I need to show up the infernal Leonora Fortescue once and for all, and you... The delightful adventuress squints, sizing you up. Sufficient compensation will not be a difficulty. A most mutually beneficial arrangement, you will agree? Sure. Splendid! The delightful adventuress drains her glass dry. Then we shall see you upon the morrow for the voyage. Barnabas, pack my valise. Adventure awaits. And this is how we continue doing stuff in the Empire of Hands. So, 7 Zoop. Drop off the unlicensed souls. Now, we're going to need some more supplies. I say... Our cargo hold looks like it could handle... like 6 more supplies or so. That's a good amount. One more, make it an even number. And we can actually start upgrading things a little. Specifically, I want a new engine. The Bodica is probably our best bet for now. 1,000 echoes. And now we can sell our elderly steeple engine. Okay. I think we're ready. Casting off. As you can see, our new engine is very noticeable right away.
One of the tomb colonists takes an obvious interest in your crew, specifically the clattery air. The tomb colonist draws you a little way away from the clattery air. Don't tell her you met me, he says in a hoarse rasp. Her mother cut my voice, hoped to fix it so I wouldn't be able to look for my daughter, so I wouldn't want to. He wheezes. Didn't work. Operation's never completely effective. Need to know my daughter's well, happy, finding enough patients, getting enough to eat and so forth. In exchange for the simplest news, he explains himself. I'm her father, he says. Ordinary engineer, not the sort of parents she would want. If you wish to tell the heir about this encounter, you can do so by speaking with her. Vendor-bite port report. And we have something to turn in to the first curator. That mirror catch box full of angry dream snakes has a Viric glow, and that's one of our colors. Oh, my. They are cross. They won't stay imprisoned long, but longer than I will. It becomes motionless. For so long, you wonder if it is finally truly dead. At last, it expels a rattling breath and points wordlessly at a classon mask on a trophy stand, half visible in the gloom. Elder continent, it wheezes, made within sight of the mountain. Wear it and think of me. Cross, you say? Nope, no carapace cross here. Well, okay, to be fair, you're gonna see some shit going on with the tomb colonists that is somewhat carapace cross adjacent, but Anyway, we've got a captivating treasure. Notably, he says Elder Continent, that's the one to the south, the Presbyterate, made within sight of the mountain. I forgot to mention this last time. The Elder Continent has a gigantic mountain that's made of light. It's called the Mountain of Light. Or just the mountain. An unorthodox technology. Sweeter scents draw you into a shop which sells candles. Lilac, lavender, honey. Ascension of light, you say? You fall into a discussion of their manufacture with the shopkeeper. Yes, she says, proudly displaying her missing arm. We render ourselves to good end. Oh, don't look like that. Our fats are of a finer quality than any other, and we grow tired of our bodies down here. Oh, wonderful. Candles made of people. That's a tale of terror, some fragments, and one terror. Sell the recent news. It's free money. Oh, right. We're still wounded. Yeah, fuck it. I'll trade a supplies for healing. The sounds of the ship at sea, the toll of the watch bell, your eyes drift closed. Time the healer. You know what? I bet you that I can take a life berg at this point. There's a strategy. Their charge is just barely short enough that if you are constantly backing up, they won't actually hit you. That said, it's most dangerous at the edge of their aggro range here.
Alright, we got it. Bingo! Take a moment to enjoy your victory, then poke through the fragments. We're just gonna gather treasures. 3 outlandish artifacts and a hunting trophy. Each of these outlandish artifacts is worth about 100 gold, so... or echoes. Fragments gleam like obsidian in the depths of the ice. Their glassy blackness recalls Mount Nomad, the predatory terrain feature which haunts the blackness of Void's approach. What is the connection? Another one right there. Okay. We're just gonna go past that one. Hunting lifebergs like this is fun but time-consuming. Plus, the snowstorm is going to slow us down, and that would be a problem. Port report, strategic information, and the mute exile wants to join the crew. That's fine. And that gives us salt attention, which we can use at the Salt Lions. Excellent. Alright. Is Mount Nomad going to be here again? Apparently not this time. Nope, there it is, there it is. It's on the other side. Thank God. For the record, 1,000 health. Gather intelligence. And run. We can skirt around the storm bones and drop by the Salt Lions. We're not going to pick up another shipment of Sphinx Stone just yet, but we are going to help out the Nacreus outcast. Is that the pirate poet again?
With business dealt with, the pirate poet joins you and a few select members of the senior crew for a late supper. She treats the assembled audience to baptism of glass about her first days at Z after years of servitude. By demand, she follows it with shorter works and reforged a cry for broken chains. In Polythreme, we are given our words. We are not allowed to hope they will be kind. In London, I learned to write my own. In that moment, I was free. One day, others of my homeland will read them, and they too will learn. One day, my king's dreams must end. Dinner follows, hot wine and cold spiced meats. Sailors openly place bets on whether she actually eats. The pirate poet ignores them. Her stoic face doesn't even quiver until dessert is served. At that, just for a moment, even she cannot hide a slight smile. "Sorbet, Captain?" she asks, eye ridge raised. "Don't make me tell folk you're even softer than they say." I do love your sort of, like, weird quasi-relationship with the pirate poet. It's very funny. It's like, well, you sunk my ship again. Let's have dinner. The face of the northern sphinx is all but gone, but the nacreous outcast scrambles doggedly up. It pauses at the top and then flips into the air, an arc as precise as a compass line down to the darkness of the Z. It's gone with barely a splash. You wait. There is no reason for alarm. It can probably breathe water. You wait longer. There's a certain decree of decorous alarm. Longer still, and the alarm manifests in the form of sailors clustering casually by the rail. Only casually, because no one would admit any concern for the fate of a rubbery man. The rubbery man surfaces. It mounts the steps to the quay with the ceremonious delight of a vicar mounting the steps to a pulpit. It holds a sphinx stone chess piece aloft in its hand. "Principles," it wheezes. Fungal Teason and tea cakes. Hey, Teason! We get funding from the bazaar, it's true, but Station 4, I wouldn't call a Station 4. It's a little grandiose. The stones are stuffed with secrets, but most of them are used as garden statuary or occult ballast. Most of them. Some go down to the places under the bazaar. More tea cakes. Oh, shit. Did not mean to full power the engine. Well, pirate frigate. So, this is the same as one of those, like, tiny little pirate ships, except in addition to your cache of curiosities, you also just automatically get 2 supplies and 2 fuel. Spider silk again. We're finding a decent amount of that. over to Khan's Shadow. We'll drop in here for a port report. Honestly, I might as well... It's the same price that I'm pretty sure you get. Let me double check that, but, captivating treasures. Okay, yeah, it's the same. I can sell this to the Alarming Scholar or right here, but it's the same amount either way, 1,000, so no reason not to just do that. And I'll take 1 supplies. Legally done with my long-ass day. Are cities' artifacts more powerful the more buried they are? I don't think any of them are actually powerful in this case. At least the ones in Fallen London. I mostly just sold them. They're of interest to antiquarians and those of a curious disposition. I am not going to even try to fight you. Because if I do, even though you attacked me first, the Khanate will be mad at me. Actually, wait. I don't need to go to Palmerston just yet. I've got plenty of fuel. If I kill the lights right now, then I can drop by Godfall, get a port report, straight back up to the Empire of Hands, round out to Irem, and then pick up fuel over at Palmerston. More Tales of Terror, Memory of Distant Shores, and Z stories from that Lifeberg we hunted. And the port report.
Another friggin' glorious dreadnought. These things are badass. We don't want to deal with it. The delightful adventuress leans over the rail of the ship, sniffing the humid air with evident distaste. What a filthy, damp little place. Oh well, we shall endure. At the sight of the mare hobbling up, she straightens. A thin, insincere smile spreads across her face. Ah, you there! My good primitive, she calls, striding down the ramp and clasping his arm tight. Now then, I come in search of your first Emperor's vault, and for that I shall be needing a few things. Some of your finest workers and tools, and some food. Do you understand me? She shakes her head, barely waiting for a response. Food, she repeats. Comprenas? Oh dear, I see we shall be here for a while. Listen, I hear you fellows rather like souls. Shall we discuss that like higher primates? Barnabas stays to settle up while his mistress negotiates the value of her soul with the mare. Barnabas removes his mask with what looks to be a silent moment of great relief. Underneath is... nothing. Just a flat surface where his face should have been. Ah, an unfinished Clayman, one of those flawed products of Polythreme that follow their own rules. If only you'd known that before he boarded. Of course, that's why the adventuress never mentioned it. He silently presents you with your agreed fee, dips his head in a polite bow, and lumbers back to his mistress. It appears she has struck a deal with the mare. Can I kill her? Don't we all wish? She is the worst. You know, Miss Delightful Adventuress, I have a friend who I think you might be very interested in meeting. Let me just write down his name for you. Magister Hokabald. There, I think you two would get along famously. Oh, the Pentecost apes are not allowing anyone near the monkey foundling's hut, apparently. Now you look carefully, you can see the traps hidden in the forest. All things considered, it's for the best the ghost of the Ash Isthmus saw you as a playmate instead of an invader. There are reasons both humans and the smarter apes leave her to her own devices. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually read that. She does not seem to be here right now. A pair of Pentecost apes are, though, glaring at you with equal parts malice and their usual avarice. The two Pentecost apes attack, snarling and hissing. Their raw ferocity forces a retreat, though they do not follow and press the advantage. Once you are through the trees, the chase ends. Peering through the foliage, you see them quietly return to their strange vigil. Interesting. The delicious smell of the cannibals' cooking stretches much of the way across the passing. It would make a vegetarian salivate and reach for a fork. What about this lost treasure hunter guy? He joined the pirates to see the Z. Now he just hopes to one day see something he recognizes. Ahoy! How goes your search? He asks. Find anything? It is a voice that so badly wants the answer to be no. Ah! To continue much further, we are at some point going to need dynamite.
And that's going to require us to bring this guy some recent news. Back to Port Stanton. And now the delightful adventuress has a camp. With a small army of monkeys bought with her soul, she excavates the vault of the first emperor. So yeah, the delightful adventuress straight up sold her soul to the mayor. The delightful adventuress has already uncovered and put aside many treasures. A small statue amongst them looks particularly interesting. Nobody is watching. At least, you don't think so. It is hard to tell, with Barnabas's blank face giving nothing away. Can he see? He seems to be able to, somehow. In any event, he makes no move to raise an alarm as you take the small trinket. And now we have a gift for the Monkey Emperor. Oh, it's you. Of course. Help me with these blasted maps, would you? The monkeys are quite clueless. She shakes her head. They claim our souls uplift them, but if you ask me, it's just a case of monkey see, monkey do. Can you believe they think that Zeppelin of theirs will let them create a new empire? Wait, you there! Take that out of your mouth this very second! It may look centuries old, but this entryway is relatively new. The monkeys can never leave alone, always adding bits on as their whims demand. It's a really funny concept for, like, an ancient, Uncharted-type temple to actually be fairly new, and it was just built to look ancient because the monkeys figured that's what you were supposed to do. This tribute to the Empire's first and greatest has been constructed over generations by monkeys working with stolen ideas of what an ancient tomb should be. The delightful adventuress flits back and forth between her base camp and the vault entrance. Right, it's gonna be a while before she can actually do it. To rush, darling, is to court tragedy. Sorry, The delightful adventuress pays barely any attention to you as she prepares. She is not yet ready to open the vault. You should return later when she has had a chance to organize her monkey workers. This may take a while. Now that the Admiralty has been brought up to date, this will be far quicker. Unfortunately, also less profitable. And now the mayor is slightly different. An audience with the civilized mayor. Talk business? Why, yes, of course we shall. But after a cup of tea, one must do these things correctly. Or, if to be more accurate with its voice, if you remember, the last time that we saw the mayor, it was a three-souled ape with a general odd way of speak. A polite welcome. Darling, do come in, the civilized mayor purrs. Whatever can I do for you? The soul of the delightful adventuress sits comfortably in him, a four-souled ape of cold ambition and very few scruples. So yeah, you can actually literally see how the Pentecost apes tend to change as they get souls. The gates are guarded by two armored... Or wait, today the sprawling palace is called the Wild Wheeled Court. Tomorrow, who knows? The world of the Pentecost apes is one of cruel whimsy, where stolen traditions last only as long as their amusement. The gates are guarded by two armored monkeys that would look adorable if not for the blood on their bayonets. Humans are not welcome without an invitation or a worthy gift for the Emperor. The stench and heat as the gates open are a sucker punch to your senses. Inside, the stagnant air of the windowless wood palace hangs with sweat and tastes of hair. Everything is filthy, and every surface used, the apes as likely to swing across the roof as walk the floors. In prized oases of relative calm, the high-souled conduct themselves with the poise of highborn lords and ladies. Around them, their barely uplifted lessers scamper around exhausted, taking orders and cruelties from all who care to dispense them. In the middle are countless more, a sea of apes longing for advancement and fighting for what they have, with tooth, claw, and low cunning. Emperor Crispin IV holds court in the heart of his palace. None may speak without permission, but the voice of the Emperor is still the least heard of all. Summoned by the Emperor. To step into his throne room is to step into another world, a polished one of cool and blessed quiet that already feels as alien as it is pleasant. The Emperor sits on his throne, wrapped in robes of violet and wearing an ornate golden mask. He remains motionless, silent. He could be mistaken for a statue if not for an almost imperceptible nod to grant his seneschal permission to speak in his name. She approaches, arms folded in the red-trimmed yellow robes of a court mandarin. Her expression is carefully blank, the chestnut hair on her face powdered alabaster white, and decorated with exquisite detail in red and black. The rings on her fingers mark her as a 10-souled ape, a status even the Admiralty can respect. She bows before you, a complicated ritual display of sweeping sleeves that somehow never breaks eye contact. Finished, she waits for your response. A curtsy instead. You curtsy deeply, but not to the exquisite seneschal. She is but the voice of the Emperor, and it is to him that your respect is due. He makes no move and says nothing, but a test has been passed nonetheless. Now, there is business to be discussed. The exquisite seneschal requests your assistance to supply the Empire of Hand's great work. A zeppelin that will take them to a new home far away from here. You point out that the Admiralty has the Empire of Hands both under embargo and quarantined. The only thing worse to be caught doing here than supplying them would be helping them escape their confinement. Have your people not already caused us enough pain? She demands. We starve and you would prevent us being fed. We thirst to explore and you cage us like animals. Why? For what fine purpose? What threat are we to you who happily dine with devils? She shakes her head, almost with pity. What could you possibly see in us that shames you so? I'm going to accept the commission, but I'm not necessarily going to actually do it, you know? We're gonna say that we'll do it, but that doesn't actually lock us into anything. With a pair of servants to row the exquisite seneschal bows again, deeper. With a pair of servants to row the boat, she takes you to the Zeppelin site in Port Stanton. It was originally the project of a traveler from afar hoping to travel east, who encountered an accident. In his plans and engine, however, the monkeys saw their opportunity. The great exodus will require supplies and fuel, of course, explains the exquisite seneschal. We also seek souls to uplift our brethren that they may join the work. You will, of course, be reasonably compensated for your expenses and rewarded upon completion. She also hints there may be faster ways to complete the Zeppelin. To say more, though, would require a level of trust you have not yet earned. We can contribute supplies, fuel, souls, and that's about it. Alright, that's everything we can do here for now.
And now we turn our ship to the north. The quartermaster has been complaining of food going missing of late, and now you know why. The monkey foundling sits smiling innocently behind a crate, mouth surrounded by fresh crumbs and in a bed of... Wait, your stolen clothes? Yeah, you seemed fun, she says. She desperately wants to explore the Z with you. She can earn her keep doing odd jobs for now. Your treasures need polishing, your mug needs filling. In time, maybe you can make an officer out of her. Yay! The monkey foundling hugs you tight and asks, eyes sparkling, where you keep the weapons. And now we have a new possible ship's mascot. The monkey foundling. Irem Port Report. Uh-oh. Are we gonna be able... to get to Palmerston in time to actually get more fuel? That snowstorm will slow us down considerably. I haven't actually mentioned it, but weather conditions end up... Yeah, we'll be fine. Weather conditions actually have effects on your ship. Snowstorms in particular prevent you from going full reverse or full forward. Five, 6, 7 zoop. 15 fuel. 1 supplies. And let's visit the wistful deviless again. Ah, right. We need to bring her a crate of souls. A hooded figure with a lantern waits at the far end of the quay. You give the hooded shape a sign of recognition. It hisses the reply you expected. You hand over the crate and receive a chitty marked with thief sign. Mount Palmerston Port Report. A high place. The Z like a rippled sheet of night green jade.
the roof of the Neath above, bellied with stalactites and pricked with faux star, look out across the water. What are you thinking of? Your sweetheart, your future, your past as a poet, prayer to the god called Storm, prayer to the god called Stone. We do have Stone's attention. You know the words to speak, and in this place, perhaps her eyes are on you. Turn your eyes south. Wait 9 heartbeats. In the heart of the Elder Continent, a tiny, fugitive gleam of warmth. It's gone. So what exactly is Stone? It's actually quite simple. Stone is the Mountain of Light. It's just another name for the same thing. The god Stone is the Mountain of Light. That gave us 2 mirrors, 2 hearts, and 1 terror. Not bad. Oh, our terror is high enough that we're starting to get this event. In the watches of the night, you pad softly past the hatch to the crew quarters. A man cries out softly in his sleep, desperately. Another. 74% chance. Inquire about their dreams the next morning. What did they see? Eyes and a face. The whole Neath lit up like a snuffer mask. There's something in the roof, Captain. It is the roof. It's watching us. Eyes and a face. Eyes and a face! Yes, you say softly. You lay your hand on the Zailer's burning forehead. There are storms in the roof. Hush. We won't join them yet. 20 fragments for 10 terror. So once again, we have a fairly simple case. What exactly is Storm? It lives in the roof. That's what we know. Storm is some kind of creature that lives in the roof of this cavern. 3 of the false stars wink out altogether as suddenly as closed eyes. The pattern that remains is as hopeless and meaningless as cast dice. Somewhere, a Zailer begins to sob. And that's 2 terror. Our terror is pretty high right now. Which means, actually, it might be a good idea to take out a Lifeberg. Here's a little tip. Killing monsters actually reduces terror. Hold on a second. Still got these jerks. There we go.
we got it. You can see it jumped back down to 50 from it was up at like 58 or so. Gathering treasures. Remnant of an earlier victim. Something valuable, perhaps. Regardless, you'll have a tale to tell. Is that the mark of the Iron Republic, Hell's client state? Candles. What does Hell want with candles? Does it not have enough fires of its own? Was this from, or destined for, the Iron Republic? Don't ask questions about devils, runs the proverb, unless you want your soul ripped out by the roots and fed to goats. It's not much of a proverb, actually. Well, either way, that helped with terror a little bit. Tea with the squatters at the dock. Supplies and fuel. Lost 10 terror. Make a port report. And go. And scoop it up. A spreading stain. It's gone. You are left with gooey gloves and a buttery smell. And this purple thing. Is it an egg, a heart, a less fortunate traveler dissolved and shriveled to mauve ruin? Put it somewhere safe. A strange catch. We can use this to, now that is a supplies. That might be risky. Oh, hello.
Ah, a crate of supplies. Excellent. Perfect. That said, at this point, we have too full of a hold to really do anything with the salt lions. We would need to get rid of too much of our stuff. Once again, restless nights. Silence at the breakfast table. The crew is subdued as they take their meals, but all is quiet in the next watch. Alright, let's see what's south of the Salt Lions, then. Ah, the Shepherd Isles. Oh, actually, there's some interesting things that we might do here. The Shepherd Isles itself are not particularly interesting, but the places around them, however... Sheep, lichen, standing stones. Of course, the bearded watchman tells you, there are no actual shepherds on the Shepherd Isles. Sheep are mostly illegal here. No, indeed, it's just the name of the gentleman that found the islands. Greybeard, sitting in the village square, nods solemnly. No sheep, one says, but plenty of tails. Ask us anything. Compile a port report. Oh, yes, yes, my yes, there's been goings-on. In the bleak light of the false stars, surface roiling like a porridge pot, up with a roar of steam and a flash of fire, 3 widows swimming, tentacles, and then we saw His Highness. There is rather a lot of this material. Engage an officer, the sigil-ridden navigator. Let me guide your ship. I know all the Z, how it was, how it will be. Please, the headaches only stop when I'm working. Hey again, pretty snake lady. Hi, Patch, you're back. Oh, geez. You went to work. Are you done with work? Have I been streaming so long that I ended up, covering your entire workday? Thank you. The nonsense here was a distraction for a while, but only the Z can help me now. Ah, it's just a slow day. Ah, my god, the air, it's clearer already. Let me chart a course for you. Ah, my head. So, we now have a replacement first officer. Our current one gives us 1 mirrors, but this guy will give us 6 mirrors and 3 veils. And now, we can drop off the Sly Navigator the next time we're in Frostfound. Yes, now is good. Thank you. He's got a sigil on his forehead. Of some kind. Let's take a picnic at the Standing Stones. The bearded villagers will sell you mutton stew and kefir, and stone bottles of cold, fresh spring water, and row you over to the stones. You know, I really need to try kefir. I was supposed to try it with a friend of mine, back in my college days, but I haven't seen him in forever. And my local supermarket does actually sell kefir. If you're not familiar, it's a fermented milk beverage. It's almost got a yogurt consistency, I've heard. I have heard that it's honestly quite good, but possibly an acquired taste.
my friend that said that it was very good. Good friend from college. My friend Salim. He was Lebanese. I hope he's doing all right. I'm pretty sure he's still alive. We haven't talked in forever. My guy has got the most insane life you have ever heard. And frankly, I would expect at any point that he might just up and die from one of the many, many dangerous things he does on a regular basis. Good friends get drunk on milk together, yeah. But also, the dude seems to be straight up immortal, because the shit he's already gone through would have killed a lesser man. It's funny, I actually, he's one of the few friends of mine who's actually punched me in the face. Real story about that. It was when we were in college. I briefly, along with him, joined in on a medieval combat association to learn, how one fights with a bastard sword, basically. And we were dueling. Now, we were both wearing, like, full protection, a gambeson with a fencing mask. And we were dueling with actual swords. Well, not real swords, but the thing is, people think of the phrase training sword, and they think of something that's harmless. Let me tell you right now, training swords are not harmless. If someone has a training sword, that can still absolutely kill you. They are sword-shaped and very heavy. About as heavy as an actual hunk of metal that size. And a bastard sword is bigger than you think it is. It's not as big as a greatsword or a longsword, but it's still about, like, if I were to put it on the ground, it would come up to my waist. And that's just a big old hunk of weight. So we still absolutely need protection when fighting with those things. Well, either way, right? HEMA, yeah. Basically, it was called Marca, the Medieval and Renaissance Combat Association. So we were dueling, right? And I actually managed to disarm him. And apparently, Salim was so into the duel, and, like, Salim's been in actual fistfights before. So when he got disarmed and I was, like, swinging at him, his first instinct was to charge straight at me and swing a fist directly into my chin. Even though that's against the rules in a sword duel, you're not really supposed to do that, and it did forfeit the duel in my favor. He was very apologetic afterwards because he legitimately just forgot that he wasn't in a real fight. Because he's been in enough that his body just took over. So he punches me in the chin. Now, I got it pretty bad. I was wearing a full-on, like, fencing mask, one of the wire mesh ones. My dude destroyed his knuckles on the wire mesh. They were ripped open. It was fucked up looking. And the thing is, even through the mask, it still massively hurt my jaw. That was a hard-ass punch. In an actual fight, he would have won. The only reason he lost was because it was a duel and he broke the rules. Anyway. Your sailors watch the fireflies shimmer, swap shanties, pass round the grog and shy stones at the more vampirically inclined Zebats. Grasses nod in the breeze. Across the dark water, the lights of Abbey Rock glow watchfully. Your bosun hands you something. From a rock, he reports laconically. Pretty sure it's dead. Lost 3 terror, lost 5 echoes, and we get an ambiguous aolith. And here is Abbey Rock. Here, the Grim Sisters' lair. A black spit of an island, far from anywhere anyone would want to go, and that's how the Sisterhood likes it. Here stands their fortress convent. There are bear traps that look friendlier than this. We need recent news to do anything here. Although we can trade in a hunting trophy for a terror reduction. Nothing is happening. The sisters watch us. We feel their eyes. The sea crashes on the rocks, withdraws. The fortress stands stolid as the last year of a century. The greatest peril you risk here is a certain purpleness of prose. The Sisterhood respects two things: unswerving decades of fidelity to a wholly secret purpose, and the ability to shoot straight. Perhaps you can demonstrate the second. The muscular prioress inspects your trophy. I'll put it with the others, she says. Her tone suggests grudging respect. You and no more than 3 sailors are invited to dine with them that evening. And you do. On black laver bread and overcooked cavern trout, among fierce women with spiked rosaries. One of them hacks up her trout with an axe, but at the end of the evening, when the plates are cleared away, the room goes quiet. A tall nun with a startling strabismus sings in a rich, deep voice like a stolen sunset, about the hills of her homeland far above. Firelight flickers on the faces of your crew. We lost Ted Terror, gained a memory of distant shores, and we have Stone's attention again. And now, since we're here, come on, I know there's an island in the Z. There's an island somewhere around here. There it is. Oh, it's actually in view. Station 3. So, Station 3, what's the deal here? Well, if we look at the Sooth and Cooper long box, it says delivery to Depot A, Station 3. We might be able to figure out what the heck these long boxes are. We may infer a Station 1 and a Station 2. We may conjecture a Station 4. Machinery hums behind high steel walls. Up the hill, there are visible outlines of warehouses and a building with a spire, but the lamps are low where they burn it all, and your ship the only one in the harbor. Train your telescope on shore. Might be best to get a look from a distance. Church or something else? You stand on the high point of your ship and look to shore. There is a steepled building on the horizon, by far the largest thing in sight. No cross marks the top of it, nor any other symbol you recognize. The only way past the walls is an unimposing but sturdy-looking triple-locked gate of silvery metal. A sign beside it reads, Deliveries. The gate stands open. There are no stevedores, however, and no wagons waiting to help with the heavy cargo. There is only a sign which reads Deliveries and a painted hand which points insolently up a rock-cut staircase. There is cargo in the hold marked for this destination. A long, low, heavy box. It'll be fun getting it up the stairs, no doubt. There's a great deal of grumbling from the crew. The stairs are sharp-edged and wet. The box is heavy and its contents inclined to shift. After a few slips and a bad bruise to the shin, you resort to placing crew members along the stairs and handing the box along. There is a warehouse at the top of the stairs, but it is not apparently your destination. Another sign points along the narrow path towards the building with the spire. Deliveries, it says, more aggressively this time. Someone in the spired building is singing. The song sets your teeth on edge.
You have a long, heavy box, a winding path ahead that runs perhaps a quarter mile through the mist, a crew that is beginning to mutter about having to do landlubber work. There's a warehouse just to your right, but the sign says deliveries are to be taken onward. Says it rather emphatically, as a matter of fact. Carry the box on to the building with the spire. Going the extra distance might mean you can charge more for your efforts. Success! Excellent. The path is slippery and lined with mushrooms. You and the crew have to stop 7 or 8 times to set down the boxes and blow on your hands. The closer you get, the less the building with the spire looks like a church. The walls are soot-blackened and made of brick. There are no windows, only narrow vents up near the roof. From these, a low singing can be heard, a song so cheerful that your crew look at one another and frown. It is the song of someone keeping the monsters at bay. At last you are close enough to bang on the door. An austere acolyte answers it. She is dressed in black from head to foot. Her gloves are thick leather, and her goggles are double glass. "Leave the boxes at the door," she says to you, and then she turns back towards the building, singing her song. Something about candied kittens and flaming violets and the coming of spring. Raindrops on roses and whispers on kittens, bright copper kettles and warm woolen mittens. Judging by the rhyme, she's inventing the words as she goes along. You stop her and explain that you expect your extra work to be rewarded. She makes a grudging gesture, but complies. 5 acolytes favor. The austere acolyte directs the arrangement of the long box in the room under the steeple. There are many other boxes there already, stacked in rows, 3 or 4 times as many as you have brought. In another corner of the room is a pile of wood from previous boxes already emptied and dismantled. Singing to herself about a mountain upholstered in velvet, she takes a crowbar to the box. The corpse inside is permanently dead, in a way that the dead of London often are not. Not a drowning, not a tomb colonist, but not coming back either. It looks pale and ordinary except for the slight distension of the skin and over the breastbone. Gently, the acolyte presses there and nods, singing about tulips embroidered with yellow floss. Snack people, cat people, puppos and things. These are a few of my favorite things. Don't rhyme things with itself. Thank you, Patch. She lifts the body onto a marble slab. Without pause in her lyrics, she prepares a scalpel. Your presence does not seem to bother her. Hey, I'm a screenwriter, not a songwriter. Oh, you're a screenwriter? That's cool. Don't watch, or watch with medical interest. We have a 46% chance, but I think that it's worth trying. Nope, didn't manage it. The austere acolyte extracts, deftly and with very little blood, a heart-sized sphere of silver-gray metal. Despite your keenest observation, you cannot work out how the sphere grew there or what it is for. With a giant nutcracker, she cracks the sphere, and another sphere inside that, and another. Finally, in the center, she comes to something heavy. Heavy, small, and black. She lifts it out with tongs and looks at it through her goggles. The song falters, but she manages to keep humming, though the words are lost. She puts the black and heavy thing into a jar marked with the word of the correspondence. She closes the jar and seals it with red wax. Oh, quick note. The correspondence is those sigils that we've been seeing everywhere, including the one on our navigator's head. Aspiring, technically. Oh, that's cool. Good luck. Finally, when the corpse is removed again and the marble slab wiped clean, she comes to pay you. Thank you, she says. Return another day. I may have something else for you. We got a secret. Got some favor. Alright, I need to remind myself of something. Do I need a heart metal ingot for anything?
Yes, I do. What use is heart metal to you? But then what use is a long box? Perhaps you imagine the whisper at shoulder, what use indeed is a heart? When you turn, there's only the ragged flirting of the wind. The legalities of trading in heart metal are vague. If its existence were acknowledged by laws, it might be forbidden. Put it somewhere out of the way. Down the steep stairs, the song of the acolytes fades behind you, but still you find yourself humming their odd melodies. Perhaps there will be more to do here another time. Luckily, heart metal ingots don't actually take up any space in our hold, so we're fine. You know, actually, at this point, I think we actually do have enough space in our hold to do a Sphinx Stone delivery. Now that we've exchanged both of our Sooth and Cooper long boxes, and we've used up a little bit of fuel and supplies. In my defense, the only other rhyme I thought of was Puppos on Strings, and didn't want to risk any misunderstandings on the off chance Star showed up. What do you mean, misunderstandings? For the record, my favorite silly version of that is the XKCD's raindrops on roses and whiskers on kittens. Bright copper kettles leave flakes on my mittens. Hey, these are stone with a copper veneer. I've been bamboozled by Ea Nazir. Yeah, it's a good one. Also, wow, almost 7 hours. I think that after this voyage is done, that'll be it for the stream. But it has been a fun opening stream for Sunless Sea. Puppos on strings, leash dogs, figured it'd be offensive. I mean, I'm pretty sure Dusty's into that. Didn't hear that from me, though. back to Guider's Morn. Hello again, Demiser. I'll log that under my Batman-style VTuber weakness list. You have one of those? Well, good luck putting something on it for me. Hey, we have a better chance of gathering intelligence this time, although let's make our chances even better. We've got like 20 secrets. Get him something to really get his mind working. Of course, of course. This and this. Also this. Don't forget this. And never forget that. Alright, base fails are now at 30. Let's go one more. We've now got a 50-50 shot. Ah, darn, we lost a crew member again. Ah, well. Exploring the Morn. This one again. Well, grilled troglodyte prawns it is. Oh yeah, Demiser, here is our map so far. We have been a lot of places. I've mostly been exploring the northern parts. Basically, I wouldn't actually have gone this far east, but I got lucky with Mount Palmerston being right here. I have not yet tried something mysterious yet. I'll try to do that before this set of streams is over. But yeah, with Mount Palmerston being here, I've been able to refill on fuel really far away from London, which has meant that I've actually been able to get some stuff done at the Empire of Hands fairly early in the game. Good money for those port reports over there, too. Yeah, it is. We've also gotten good money from, like, taking out the pirate poet, like, 4 times. Also, I gotta be careful. I just realized I am almost out of fuel. We're close enough to London that it's fine, though. Alright, we officially have 0 fuel in the stores, but we've got a full tank, and that's going to be enough to get us back home. Without fuel, your ship is just an oddly shaped house located somewhere you really don't want to live. This will disappear as soon as you have fuel. If you're in a position to purchase some, don't worry about it. And if you're close to home, then an offer of assistance can happen, but again, we don't need it. Sacrifice to salt is always hilarious. Yeah. Sacrificing to salt can have, negative effects. as I recall. Alrighty. Messages from the Harbor Master. Something has changed in the Neath. Someone wants to sign on. The Alarming Scholar has invited you to call on him at the university. The Blind Bruiser is on the dock. That's all for now. For the something awaits you. You now have a free evening, and the Rose Market's here. All right. What a propitious and encouraging occasion this is, to meet again here in this place which has been so very fortunate for us both. Allow me to shake you warmly by the hand, since you have demonstrated your unswerving commitment to fair dealing and honest conveyance. Very good. My patron will toast to you. Announce to the Blind Bruiser that this pays your debt, and you're done. I'm going to do this just because, frankly, we're going to get caught at some point. And the bad part of that is that we'll fail the commission, at which point the Blind Bruiser will hurt us pretty badly. So I'm dropping out right now. I will not pretend that this has improved my evening. On the contrary, it has left a deep sadness in my heart. Notwithstanding, howsoever, I might say that you have acquitted yourself honorably, and I do not think my patron will feel the need to pursue the matter further. Not at this time. As long as you keeps your mouth, he leans close, tight snap shut. Good night. Roser's Wharf, we have Sooth and Cooper long boxes and live specimens. The Merchant Venturer, we got that Zoop. They sell it in Mount Palmerston, somewhere in the north of the Untersee. 1,000 echoes for 7 sealed skins. It's a specialist taste, but where I'm going, there are specialist customers. One more thing. Either 7 Stygian ivory or 7 bales of parabola linen. Something durable. Murder enough monsters. Or you can purchase it in the Chelinet, far to the east. They're flooded with dead monsters. I'm not. 500 echoes. Yes, it's generous. Be quick. You've been so very helpful. I wanted to give you something for your next voyage. I bottled it myself. It smells pickled, chemical, zolty. Once it might have been eel flesh, but the scholar assures you that it has vital and nutritional virtues. Save it for an emergency, perhaps. My coworkers and I are discussing gay anime in our downtime. Nice. So these outlandish artifacts, we can sell them for 100 echoes each. We have something like that, he declares, but not very like that. Interesting. I have some ideas about suitable fees. An ambiguous Aelith. Gayest anime I ever watched was Baki. Ooh, that's a fun one. Sell the candles. We really don't need them. Polythreme is our next port. Right. Time to see how much fuel we're going to get from this. Let me get through all the ones we've already done. Alright, so Shepherd Isles. You can submit these as fact or as unsubstantiated hearsay. If you submit them as fact and fail, you don't get anything out of this. Unsubstantiated hearsay gets you, like, a nominal thing.
We do hear some unlikely tales of that place. I agree, it does seem implausible. So many of the stories from that place do. Still, there is a little gold of truth in the mud of rumor from time to time. Your payment, madam. So yeah, you get 10 echoes and a fuel. If you try to submit as fact and fail, then they'll give you absolutely nothing, but if you succeed, then you get quite a bit more. Station 3... Oh, excuse me. Just let me call a colleague in. One of them clocked me being Omni before I knew. Was it that obvious? I mean, I wouldn't know. We only just met, but... I found that, sometimes you just know, you know? This is my colleague, Mr. Villain, of the Ministry of Public Decency. Mr. Villain, this good captain's report is here. If you would care to... Yes, the fire is already lit. Let us... There we go. Now only ashes remain, and it might have caused us such a lot of trouble. Thank you, Captain. We appreciate your discretion. Here is your payment. You need not trouble yourself further in this affair. And they give us 100 echoes to fuck off about Station 3. I know, just bad. I was kind of just screaming the question out into the ether. Yeah, that's fair. Abbey Rock. We categorize it as a military installation, you know, although that has occasioned some quite vigorous debate. 20 echoes. Oh goodness, what are those accursed monkeys up to now? Don't let the revenue men catch you trading with them. I do wonder what it was that they did. Everyone says that they know, but I must confess to being curious as to what it was. Oh well, I'm sure their lordships had reason. 50 echoes. It's not the 300 we got the first time, but 50 echoes is still not bad. The Khan's Shadow one, which reduces some terror. Irem, Salt Lions. Deliver the Sphinx Stone for 500. Wolfstack Docks. Come to see the likely lass. Losing 10 terror. A new recruit. Ah, the Magician! Excellent! One of my favorites. Good afternoon, madam. Perhaps I can do your engine some good. No, I'm quite the engineer. Difficult to credit, isn't it? But here are my references. I'll get to work below. Perhaps I should change out of this jacket first, of course. Alright. Personally, I think of the officers, aside from the Longshanks gunner, this might be one of the more attractive ones. Look at this dude! And again, he likes us immediately because of our pages. Allow me to get out of this jacket, reveals thousands of abs. Also, it's very funny. The line on starting a romance. Honestly, I could use the distraction. Don't look at me like that. You're terribly desirable, but I could use the distraction. Ask bluntly about his hook after a fish supper and a half carafe of adequate moral ways. A snake bit it off. For once, he is not smiling. I put my hand through an unwise mirror, and a snake bit it off. That ended my career in the theater. He leans forward. I am not a spiteful man, but I lost my hand. Perhaps you can imagine what that means to a magician. I am looking for revenge, madame. I need weapons against the serpent. I rather hope we might come across them. I may ask a favor of you if we do. Find a serpent image to continue the genial magician's story. They can often be found in Irem, and rarely in Venderbite and other places. And we can quickly rest in our townhouse. That's 100 echoes, but we've gone down to 0 terror. There we go. Now this is updated. 14 fuel now. Oh, right, dry dock, yes. Actually, should we upgrade the ship? It would take all 3,000 of our saved up echoes. And it doesn't really increase our hold capacity. It would mostly be a hull increase. No, I think I'll actually still save up for the merchant cruiser. For the time being, our early game money-making efforts are doing just fine. So, like I said, this is going to be the last, that last voyage was the last one for this particular stream, but we can talk a little bit about the next voyage and some general plans. Let's get up to 8 supplies. As you can see, our finances are doing excellently. We are making significantly more per voyage than we're spending. That's because the trick is, and this is where people often go wrong with this game when they're first playing it, they think making a lot of short trips is the way to go. You actually want to make long trips where you visit a lot of different places. Port reports are actually your biggest moneymaker in the entire game. Because it is effectively free money. If you're already going in a direction, stop as many places as you can along the way, and that will get you money. And with money, you can get more fuel, which allows you to go to more places, to get more money, to get more fuel, to go to more places. Once you have... And also, turning in port reports just gets you fuel in general, which means you have even less to, you have to spend even less money on fuel. So, from there... We kind of just ride the loop, as you can see. We're going to be picking up pieces of the Neathbow as we come across them. But there's a number of things that we can do. One thing to consider always is trade routes. There's both simple and complex trade routes. Simple trade routes are things like, you know... Oh, mushroom wine is 21 echoes in London, but it sells for 23 in Venderbite. So you make a 2 echo profit per hold space by doing so. It's not amazing, I'll say. Like... that little of a profit per hold slot, you're going to need to do a lot of it
in order to actually make a profit. And it's going to be very boring to keep going back and forth between London and Venderbite. And of course, fuel and supply costs will eat into that because you're not really getting all your stuff. What I say you should do, instead of focusing on individual trade routes, what you do is you decide on a destination, and then you prepare for that destination's trade route. So, for example, I want to go to Port Carnelian next. That's somewhere around here. So, what does Port Carnelian want that London has? Well, you can sell in Port Carnelian. Let me see. There's actually not a lot. Port Carnelian buys mushroom wine and romantic literature. Right, okay. So yeah, if we're already going to Port Carnelian, right, we load up the hold with mushroom wine and then sell it all when we're there. Then, when we're coming back from Port Carnelian has sapphires, which we can buy for 86 echoes. We fill our hold with those and sell them back in London for 90 echoes each, making a 4 profit per. Or, in theory, let's say that we were going to do an even longer route, and we actually wanted to end up near Mount Palmerston at some point in that. Well, turns out that Polythreme buys sapphires for 95 echoes, which means that you're actually making 9 echoes per hold space. So if you go get the sapphires in Port Carnelian and bring them to Polythreme, that's even more of a profit, but that is a longer distance to go. That kind of longer idea is actually something that you can do with trading chains. So, for example, on that front, if you start with mushroom wine in London, you can sell it in Port Carnelian to get sapphires, then bring sapphires to the Shellinet to trade it for Stygian ivory, and then bring that back to Polythreme to sell all the Stygian ivory and bring over some claymen, and you end up making the sapphires the Stygian ivory gets you 103 echoes per hold, and any claymen that you get from it also give you 120 each. Although you're limited in how many you can bring back there. There's very complicated trading chains you can do where one place wants something, another place has it, all sorts of stuff like that. It's always a good thing to be cognizant of. Got the DLC? Hell yeah, I do. We are going for immortality. My personal favorite trade route is a really, really long and complicated one that involves going underwater several times in a submarine. It involves starting with prisoner's honey in London, going clear across the entire world to the Gant Pole to trade it for primordial shrieks. Don't ask. Then over to Scrimshander, which is underwater, for Muttersalt. Trade the Muttersalt in Anthe for Skintilac. Trade the Skintilac in Rack for a cask of sapphires, which does require you to have helped out Rack a bunch. then sell half of the casket of sapphires and the shell in it for echoes, and then head over to Hideaway, again underwater, to get more muter salt, but this time you're trading the sapphires for 2 muter salt per sapphire, which means that you're making effectively double what you did before and selling half of it each time. And you just repeat that a whole bunch of times until you need to go back to London and sell the whole thing off. It's an incredibly complicated trade route, and you basically need to have completed most of the game to do it in any kind of efficient way, but it's so silly that I can't help but love it. So yeah, next time, we are going to be making our way down to Port Carnelian, and that also involves swinging by whatever the heck is down here. That's gonna be interesting. Basically, next time, we explore the south side of the map, because we did the we've explored basically all of the north side at this point. We know literally everything above London. Should be one hell of an adventure. Hell yeah, it will be. That will be next Wednesday. I mean, after this week. Wednesday of next week. This Wednesday is April Fool's, and we're going to be doing a board game. Or a card game, technically. That'll be, very silly. Anyway. Saving over the stream save. I probably should be making different saves just in case. Anywho. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. This has been really, really fun. It feels so good to be back here, you know? I got my start in streaming with Sunless Sea back in 2020. And even though I didn't continue with it at the time, it feels like I'm coming home. This is the first game where I liked it so much that I just wanted to talk about it. Anyway, looks like Copper Dinosaur is streaming controls, so I'm going to send you good people over to them. Alright, let's see here. Copper Dinosaur is a funky little ghost creature thing that streams all sorts of interesting things. We love them. You have a good one too, Patch. Thank you for coming so much. Thank you so much for coming, everyone. I almost said that in the weird alternate order. Oh, I'm being watered! The raid has been created and I'm being watered! Okay. Thank you, Evangeline. We're raiding now. Have a good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye-bye.